stations, some live coverage of an assault on 1DQ. Date is August 2nd. This could be the beginning of what we expect to be a couple weeks of attacks at the minimum, maximum maybe 4 weeks before the invading forces of PAPI make a decision on their progress and their future. Our information right now, we're showing you a slide and a couple of pieces of information coming from Talking Station's Discord. We're trying to get cameras in. Tie-dye, time dilation is at 10%, obviously. The numbers that we are getting are that there's 3,600 people inside of 1DQ ready to defend it. So that's the Imperium. The attacking forces are just over 1,000. The image above you can see is the concentration of blue would be PAPI, and the streams of red from those keep stars, which are a little harder to see, would be the Imperium. That gate is the 1DQ gate. On the other side of that is T5Z, which is staging for PAPI. And all that white area all around the red and the blue are bubbles that are meant to slow ships down. So it's they're coming into a tough situation there. Nevertheless, they're coming in. We have some dreadnoughts that are, I believe those are Imperium dreadnoughts. We'll try to get confirmation of that. They're actually part of the casualties. Most of the casualties, of course, are going to be on the PAPI side as they're trying to break in, get a beachhead. They are in subcapitals. I believe there's a lot of Feroxes and Tengus, actually, a little more expensive. So, in this Matterall, looks like an assault on 1DQ is just happening. In local now is 3,800. 1DQ has, well, I'm double checking these numbers. Local count in 3 TAC D is 3,000 as well, 3,800. That doesn't make sense to me unless the Imperium has over 7,000 people ready to go, spread out between 3 TAC D and 1DQ, which is not impossible, but that would be astounding. Especially considering that PAPI only has 1,000 people, and there are lots of signals being sent for people to get into system, to clone over to T5. Try to bring you a different image here. Let's have a look at that. This looks like just capital ships here, so you can see those triangles. Maybe those are battleships, actually. Yeah, a lot of people are actually at work at the moment, so it's slow getting some other commentators that are actually in this fight, but we'll bring them to you as soon as we can. All right, let me look at chat here. I want to welcome you to Talking in Station's live coverage of an assault on 1DQ. I'm Matterall. I'll try to answer some questions, get you as much information as I can that's being sent to me. Main FCs on the Imperium side, we've heard that V is there, so is Elo actually, and probably Asher, but I don't have confirmation on that third name. All right, thanks for that battle report there. Put that up on screen. We can cover this whole thing. Now these super carriers here are probably near the keep star, and they're dispatching drones over to the gate to do a lot of the fighting. These are the subcaps coming in. Scimitars here are repair ships, and those repair ships almost always get targeted first so that you can diminish the recoupability. I'm just going to make up that word. The repairs off ships, off the people coming into this fight. And that way you actually destroy ships as opposed to allow them to get saved by their repairs. Here are some of the dreads that are dying. It's like 5 dreads. There's no point in looking at the battle report numbers because they're going to be in flux this entire time, but let's take a look. Every time you have a fight, it could be an even fight, not that this one will be, but you have an even fight. When somebody tries to extract from that fight, they lose a lot of people. All right, I'm back. Sorry, it's going to be a little silent here as I try to manage real life and broadcasting. Yeah, I was muted at the moment because I was dealing with real life. Now looking at another battle report. Again, this Matterall, we're looking at the battle reports coming in from an assault on 1DQ. Participants in this is the surrounding areas, all the sensitive areas. I don't know why tribute's in here, but I suppose fraternity in case there's a counterattack up north. I don't know. Oh, look at that. Carmen Gel is one of the FCs. Maybe that's not what I need to be looking at as far as battle reports. I'll figure out which one. Yeah. I'll try to get you reliable information. I am popping up stuff that is being sent to me. And not that that's unreliable there, but I don't know. It didn't look right. Tribute's in there, so I think that maybe they're including that into the battle zone. Right now is a huge assault inside of Delve. You have the 1DQ gate being the flashpoint as PAPI tries to invade the Imperium's last stronghold. And that is actually what is happening right now. The numbers are not confirmed, but it looks like there might be total involved about 4,000 to 5,500. Most of those will be an Imperium side. I think they have about 3,600, 3,800. It's hard to get you footage inside there. People are still trying to get into the fight, which is great for people who are at work and are missing out. Because at this rate, this should be a long fight that they can get involved in when they get home. Looking for reports on what the population is at 1DQ. Sorry, in 3TAC D. 1DQ is close to 4,000. Okay, good. So 1DQ, sorry, 3TAC D is at 600. That's much more realistic than the number I saw earlier. Yeah, servers are going to be a problem. Server reliability. It's these numbers are big. We've seen big fights before, so it may just be taking a long time, but we'll get sorted out later. We've seen 6,500 essentially fight in one space. Yeah, the 1DQ system is definitely reinforced, so is T5Z. Hey, thanks for the subscription there. Appreciate that. So both nodes are reinforced, 1DQ and T5Z. Those are permanently reinforced, or at least they have been for the last maybe few months, since they're both staging for a lot of players. I assume that 3TAC D is also reinforced and the system that's connected to it. These are all pretty easy to spot, but I think we have multiple flashpoints. Nothing like 1DQ though. That looks like it's the biggest one. Yeah, welcome to Talking in Stations. You're watching live coverage. This is Matterall. The live coverage is of an assault on 1DQ by PAPI. They're trying to break through. It's over 1,000 PAPI are trying to break into 1DQ system, which has over 3,000, at last count, 3,600 of the Imperium. We'll update this and just get a snapshot of where we are. This will obviously be delayed, and so it won't be considered factual. Oh, that's NET. Let me get you one DQ. Well, this is the whole battle zone. This one has just delve in it, 1 DQ. Y-Tech O. That's the regional gate to Fountain. 3 TAC D. In TAC 8, I believe there's something going on there as well. And this doesn't have everybody involved. You have only this, according to this battle report, it's only 1,100 to 1,000. All right, so far the only thing we've confirmed, some dreads are dying on Imperium side, with a lot of subcaps dying on PAPI side as they try to break in. This is probably in TAC 8. There's another action going on over there. Looks like Brave and Tengus. This might have been Blops, actually. But Initiative's definitely taking care of them. It looks like that whole fleet is wiped out. That is NTAC 8. So if that was a Blops try with expensive T3, does not look like that worked with Brave. Going back to the all-encompassing Delve battle report. Sorry about moving it around. This fight started about an hour ago. This looks like mostly 1 DQ, since that is the frontal assault. And so one monitor, monitor being a ship that a fleet commander would use, has been destroyed. That is Aaron Overt from Brave. Yes, Brave Tengus were wiped out in NTEC 8. Let me check the date on that in case... yeah, it was 55 minutes ago. I'll show that again. This is basically parts... it's mostly Brave, but you have some Evictus and Severance in there. So these must have been the commandos going in, you know, through the sea or something, but they were decimated up against, it looks like, hacks of Dark Shines. And so they did not fare well. Yep. A couple bombers in there. Let's see how bad that was. Those were T3 ships. Those are still pretty expensive. So that was about a 30 billion loss. Just wiped out by the Initiative and Dark Shines. And those are included in this battle report. So when you're looking at this, this is everything combined. It's not just 1 DQ. And you can see here is a replica of what happened in NTEC 8. Try to get you some geography here. Be right back. You can see that NTAC 8 here is right between 1DQ and 3 TAC D. That is not the best place to jump into, considering you can get reinforcements from either 1DQ or 3 TAC D. So brave jumping into there is they were met by the initiative in hacks. The Lokis that you were looking at, well, they were mostly Tengus. There's some Lokis in there as well. Not many. Were brave. They were basically Black Ops going into NTAC 8. That was a side mission as this frontal assault is happening in 1DQ. Let me actually, if I can change this instead of jumps. Well, let's say jumps in the last 3 hours. That's what the default is. You can see, I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. This is Matterall. You're watching Talking in Stations. We're trying to get you updated on what's going on in 1DQ. There's a frontal assault by PAPI. This marks the beginning of a campaign to try to end this war. Win or lose, PAPI is going to make an attempt to break into the 1DQ constellation, which is colored here on the left. From T5Z, which is green here at the top. And so what we've seen, there have been jumps into 1DQ. They're happening very slowly. A lot of people haven't loaded yet. People who have jumped into NTAC 8. That would be a brave contingent of Black Ops, not Black Ops battleships, but a Black Ops fleet consisting mostly of T3 Tengus, some Lokis, and then a few bombers. And the initiative hacks, heavy assault cruisers met them and destroyed them. 3 TAC D. It doesn't look like that much activity is happening. If it's happening, it's very slow. Only 500 jumps in the last hour. 1DQ is really where all the action's happening. We'll update this battle report that we're looking at now. We're getting cameras in. It's just taking a long time to actually get them into the system. And this is happening in European time zone. So US time zone are not available yet to fight here. Even though this is a 60-40 match, any kind of retreat would spell disaster for PAPI because that's usually when you lose the majority of your ships. And not everybody is showing up yet because, again, people are trying to get into the system. All right, second report, there may be Lokis in 8WA. Here, so Black Ops went to NTAC 8, Black Ops went to 8WA. These also were destroyed. These are The wrong one. Check the date on that. That is 20 minutes ago. Bring that up on screen. This is actually what we talked about, that this might be the plan, is to get in there, try to take down some of the back systems. Again, this is the initiative roaming around with AHAX. It's the same fleet that took out the T3 in NTAC 8. So the Brave fleet went down here. This is an NCPL, and these Lokis are getting the worst of that. So that AHAC fleet being very effective against T3. That fight looks like it's ongoing. There's still a lot of T3 around. T3 cruisers, so these would be, yeah, Northern Coalition T3. Yeah, okay, so we kind of see a pattern developing here with a frontal assault in addition to strike teams moving in the back areas here. And so you can see that that pattern starts to form. You get a frontal assault here from T5. Maybe that's a distraction, maybe that's legitimate, but you have strike teams going into the back. Initiative handling those strike teams pretty well. I don't know how they're moving around in hacks, because they would have to come back to 1DQ and then back out again to 8WA. And there's a lot of tie-dye going on around 1DQ, but it looks like they're managing. It looks like the same fleets taking out both of those groups. Yeah, I think bridging also, you're subject to the same tie-dye. I don't know if jump bridges. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, jump bridges between the two systems makes sense. Yep, of course. So these systems are directly connected for the Imperium, and that allows them to move around quicker. They only have to do one jump as opposed to two, and they don't have to go through busy systems. Yeah, thanks, jump bridges. That's the advantage of defending, especially in lighter ships. All right, you're watching Talking in Stations coverage of a live assault on 1DQ. So far, what we've seen is massive amounts of, defenders in 1DQ, and you see in the initiative roaming around in the backfield. Let's see. These numbers are very soft compared to what was going on a few months ago, but the PCU has dropped in general, so it's not surprising that EU time zone, which should be a pretty busy time, is not attracting as many players as you would have seen. When we saw assaults in the past, we had upwards of 10, 12,000 players involved, and now we're about half that. Yeah, if you're hearing that players are still trying to log on, they're probably logging into characters that are in those systems, maybe. I don't know. And if they're not able to get in at the moment, that's not surprising. Have a look at another battle report. Thanks for posting that. These are all the systems. This is 14 minutes ago. Thanks for posting this, by the way. Numbers climbing. They look even, which is surprising because one group's already in the system. I guess these are the people who are actually in combat. But yeah, overall, it's yeah, it's a 60-40 ratio favoring Imperium, who are the defenders. That ratio will probably go up for the Imperium. It should be higher than that by the end. Looking at this, some claymores are dying. Here, those are command ships. These Tengus or Black Ops, they're actually not in the main field. And as well as Lokis are not in the main field. Those are groups that are fighting in the backfield. And here are a ton of scimitars being destroyed. And these are probably in 1DQ. Take a quick sample of this scimitar here. Yeah, this is 1DQ. So I imagine that PAPI's going in with a lot of repair ships to survive the slowness of the bubbles and the server load and all that. And those are the ones that are getting volleyed off the field, while you have Black Ops going into other systems in the form of T3s, Tech 3 cruisers. Those are fast, small. They can actually travel through portals that are opened by Black Ops ships, which are really the only portals that can get through jammers. All these systems are jammed so that nobody can go through. You have to go through the gates unless you're going through a covert ops sino. And only specific ships can go through that. The most powerful of those types of ships are the Black Ops battleships, but also they're the most expensive. And so instead you have T3s like a Loki or a Tengu, which is what these are here, going through those portals and trying to do something in the backfield. But they are being met mostly by hacks, heavy assault cruisers by the FC'd by the initiative. And so these T3s are not holding up to those hacks. The hacks are destroying T3s. Supota says that 1DQ jammer is off and has been off all day. Not sure if that's true, but it's possible. That's a dare to come in with heavier stuff. So some people say it's been off all day. Some people say it just went off. Okay, it's jammed. If you're feeding me information inside of this chat, I would hope that you give me good information. If it's not good information, it's just not going to benefit anybody. So appreciate if it's accurate. Or I'll actually stop reading it and start using internal sources. All right, well, that's interesting if the jammer just went off. If that's been turned off, that's an interesting dare on the side of the Imperium. They certainly have the upper hand in numbers right now, so I don't expect PAPI would take that dare. If it was taken offline, which I don't know if it has, that would be also an interesting development. So when we're getting a lot of, looks like trolley comments. All right, I'm going to stop reading chats for a little bit. I'm going to go some internal sources till we get chat cleaned up. Yeah, so you do have some information that Elo, Asher, and V are all present. We have seen shines in the backfield with hacks taking out some T3, so that's confirmed. Oh, 1 second. I'm bringing Sulley here, who's our live producer. How you doing, Sulley?
I'm doing good. I'm just trying to get these guns at the moment. There's too much on the field. I had to do it in 2 halves.
Right. Can you give us an update on maybe not an update, but just an overview on what you've seen that's happened? I want to see if my reporting has been right.
So currently what I can see is PAPI are anchored around the gate with a good number of Imperium capitals are on the gate, dreadnoughts and apostles. But there are over 200, I believe the total actually is 279 large warp disruptor bubble T1s and 11 T2s. So there are 290 bubbles surrounding this gate.
Wow. Well, that's not the first time we've seen it. I think the bubble wrap concept happened during this war. All right, let's get some video. 1 second. Again, it's going to be a lot of stillness, but thank you, Sulley, for providing this video.
Yeah, it is also incredibly bright due to these bubbles. Unfortunately, I can't turn off the bubble effect without turning off a lot of other stuff. But if we have a look just at capitals alone, see there goes another dreadnought that has been killed.
Oh yeah, those big blasts that light up the whole sky are usually capitals.
We go look at the Hebrew hammer Nagafar here. See, he's starting to get primaried, as well as the apostle.
Did you call it a Hebrew hammer? Is that what it looks like?
That's his name.
Oh, that's his name. Okay.
Yeah, I thought the name was quite good, so I had to call it out.
No, it's great. No, I just thought it was a description rather than a name.
So you're going to see all the number of Felks is on the top right here. And this lift is under focus from all of them. Well, at least a large majority, with the Dreadnought Rex in the background.
Great footage. Look at that.
Yeah, I will put in chat in a moment the 2D scans relevant for this. Because of so much on the grid, it's not possible to do it in one copy and paste. There is limits on my computer's clipboard size. There's around 7,000 objects in this grid alone.
Well, a lot of that's going to be drones or
drones and Rex, yeah.
You can really see that. You could have seen just a minute ago the incoming fire from ships on those on that fax, on that force auxiliary. That was a Leaf, right? Minmatar?
That is a Minmatar force auxiliary, yeah, a Leaf.
Wow, for a second there, I saw those ships go backwards. I thought, wow, we're deep in tie-dye if it's going backwards.
Yeah, the only annoying thing with these bubbles is you can't turn the effects off, so it does make everything kind of white out. So if I was to scroll out any further, you would just see a big ball of white.
All right, thanks for the D-scans. I'll actually bring them up now. Take a quick look. A lot of feroxes. I heard that earlier. These are, wow. So these are two different D-scans because they don't all fit in one.
Yeah, I'm trying to do a more condensed down one at the moment, but I still struggle with the same problem. It's saying it's in the system of Naga because it literally can't find the system name. It just finds a ship, and there happens to be a Naga on the field, and it matches the system name.
Looks like mostly battle cruisers. That's probably, it's coming in from PAPI, right? A lot of battle cruisers.
I'd imagine so, yeah. I know the Felix fleet, I believe, is used by Imperium as well, but I'm not sure. I'm not Imperium myself. But PAPI do have a lovely doctrine of Felixes, but there is still good numbers here. We've broken the 4,000 mark, but it's now dropped just, oh no, it dropped just below, but now it's back up.
4,000 in system, 1DQ. That is already one of the bigger fights that we've seen. We've gotten a little spoiled about those numbers. The biggest fight that I was ever in early on in EVE was 3,300, and that destroyed the servers.
Yeah, well, I've been in some server destroying fights with TIS, and I've been in some not so server destroying, but this one is the amount of combat that is going on is the big thing. Like we've seen 2,000, 3,000 people in the system attacking a keep star, and there's been no tie-dye. But the moment you get combat like this, so there's so much more to calculate, especially with all these bubbles, for example, and warping, and all the drones and that. It really does add to the scale.
How many ships are you in there with?
5.
Yeah, a monster, Sulley. You're a monster. Well, you can control so many things.
So we may not see much more PAPI coming in. Initiative have launched a nice little counterattack onto the other side. So Initiative have now entered T5 and are fighting on the other side of this Stargate.
Right. Are those hacks, I assume?
They are Munions indeed, yes.
Yeah, it's a nice development. So those Munions are quick and they have range, so they're able to.
And Dark Shines is in system as well.
Right. Yeah, he's the one that was leading I guess the backfield, taking care of the T3s that were jumping through covert sinos. What's his objective there? What's he after?
I think he's disrupting their reinforcements. But if I'm not mistaken, I do believe that Liff has finally succumbed to the damage. He probably has. The pilot's probably got his payout, insurance payout, a little while ago. It's just taking the server so long to render his explosions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that Liff. When it's funny, we can tell that it's dead because the lasers that are shooting it disappear. Even if the thing looks intact, it's on its way to being replaced by animation that shows it get destroyed. It just takes a while.
There you go. There you can see the blinding blue light of the lift explosion.
Let's see. We're not seeing that yet. We're seeing the hacks move around, actually. That's the camera we're on.
Ah, it swapped over to this one. We'll just see the end of the lift explosion. It shows this one now.
There you go. Now we're looking at 1DQ footage. The lift blowing up blue, which is rare. That's in slow motion, of course.
Yeah, this was the end. I don't know why my Discord's deciding to swap to the Eve cameras now.
Yeah, actually, I should tell you because it looks like your HUD is up. Heads up display. Might have information you don't want seen.
I'm an open book, but I'll just share.
I'm an open book.
I have nothing to hide. One of my ex-court mates was killed by another ex-court mate supercarrier. One's on the other side of the fight and one's not. And he got his first kill mark, so it was funny.
Oh, we're looking at Slim Wan, your character. There you go.
Yeah, that's the kill mail.
Well, we can't see the kill mail. We're seeing the white battlefield still. Oh, explosions. Yeah, explosions are happening there. We're seeing see them off in the distance. Oh, multiples. That almost looks like a bombing run, but maybe that's not a bombing run. There's just so much fighting going on out there that things are exploding one after another.
It shouldn't be changing to my other screens now, which is interesting. Means I can put cameras in positions now and not have to worry about being seen.
Okay, now we're seeing your heads-up display. And I see the kill mail. So
yeah.
So your courtmate killed his own courtmate by accident?
Yeah. No. So Armored Assassin used to be in a court with me, and he left to join the Goon Swarm. And Slim Man recently left to join Test Alliance, and so over time they've naturally ended on opposite sides.
Well, so that was a little reach out and hug somebody, you know.
It was indeed.
Yeah, that lift is nothing but wreckage now in the foreground. Great shot of the gate. You can see how many ships are pouring out of there. Every one of those little black dots is a different ship. Tie-dye looks pretty good. I mean, you can see that eagle moving in the lower part of the screen. It's the animation's moving along, so it's looking okay. Have we hit 10% tie-dye? And we must have by now.
Oh, it's been 10% tie-dye for a while. A good way to tell how the server's load doing. So you'll see I have an outstanding calls window up here.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the client is saying to the server. So, for example, if I was to double-click in space, an outstanding call will pop up, and you can see it's got a time that is executed and the duration of time. So that the remote object call there will count up very slowly. Typically, that's a good indicator of how bad the server is. During the first M2 at peak, it was a 10-minute wait. But once it was settled out and the fighting was underway and the server coped, it started going down to about 30 seconds. When I was trying to join into the fight to get the camera in position, it was 3 minutes. So this is the next stage beyond tie-dye, where tie-dye can't actually keep up at 10%. This is what I use as a good indicator of how badly beyond tie-dye this is.
All right. Because the last number that we see is 10%, but it can go lower.
It can, and it can go all the way to 0. And I do believe it is possible to go into the negative, but I don't know what that does.
I thought I saw a couple of ships go backwards, but it could have been, something else. That's so funny.
I do know with tournaments that CCP have run recently, that one of the deadlocks they have if there's no real fighting is rather than it go slow down with tie-dye, they speed it up. And that's always quite fun.
Yeah, they use the same tool, right? They just reverse it. To end a fight quickly that looks like a tie, they speed everything up.
Yeah, so as tie-dye, you're going at 10%. At 200%, things are twice as fast. And you really have, if you're flying like a frigate, for example, you would struggle in that. So we can see the T5Z side.
Mm-hmm.
And there we have the initiative munions.
Is that the gate that's the gate right there, right?
Yep. So this is the gate into 1DQ. So this is the PAPI staging.
That is a good move, and that looks like it's unaffected. So any reinforcements coming through, we're going to need to spool up and wait until they get enough people to break this. And this is what happened in BTAC-R, actually. A lot of the subcaps that couldn't participate in BTAC-R, this is in 2014, huge fight, kind of the high watermark for capital battles at the time. One of the big stories that wasn't really covered was just the incredible role the subcaps did, a lot of them from CFC, which is now the Imperium, in basically locking off reinforcements by attacking or holding off the gates and camping people into systems. So there was no extra help for subcaps inside of BTAC-R for the N3 coalition that was fighting at the time.
Yeah, so we're seeing Pandemic Horde have positioned some carriers on one of the Satios. It might be they decide to use fighters to do what the Imperium are doing in 1DQ, which is they have their carriers at a safe position and they just launch their fighters and have them travel down the gate. It allows carriers to hit whilst in relative safety. Because of that, we are also now seeing T5 tie-dye is also now beginning to increase.
Yeah. What? I don't see local here. It's quite. This is T5. Looks like 1,400. That's a lot.
Yep, just about to hit 1,500 people.
Okay.
So as the Imperium ships that are being destroyed in 1DQ, they are staying in the system. They just have to reship and undock, which I believe is easier on the server than, for example, PAPI. When they are killed in 1DQ, their pods are removed from that node onto this one, because I'm imagining these two are on separate nodes given this war. And as such, they're now spawning in here, and the initiative have stopped them just funneling in new Felxes and new ships because of this bubble camp. Now they have to wait, like I say, until this camp can be cleared or pushed off before reinforcements can get back in 1DQ.
Yeah, Darkshine's doing a lot of work in this fight. He's sweeping the backfield back there from T3s. Now he's come into T5, which is staging for his enemy, PAPI, and he's able to block the gate, corking it with hacks. Now he's bubbling it up so that he can't just get right through there, and he's surrounding it with combatants that can destroy the battle cruisers that are trying to get through. So far, he's the most dynamic in this fight, at least on the backfield.
There we're going to see a Razor Munion, for example, has come back through the gate, either jumping out from 1DQ or landed in bubbles and tried to burn in. From its position, I'd say he jumped out of 1DQ, and here we can see some test ships as well, an XIII appearing. So all of these now covered in these bubbles from initiative.
He's webbed. You can see him down there. That's it looks like initiative Munin there. You can tell by the shape.
Nope, this was a dead one.
Oh, this is the one being shot. Oh, you can see it blowing up. So cool, this animation. It's not always that way. See the minor explosions before you get the big blast of the entire ship going up. Now, when that happens in normal speed, it looks like a little more convincing.
Can you miss it?
Yeah.
So this is only at 50% as well.
Oh, yes, things are moving fast. And it's funny because this looks pretty slow, and it's yet only 50% slowed down. You look at 1DQ, and this looks not that much slower, and this is way past 10 times.
We see there's still small explosions going off now, but we can also still see now that Gultaji, I believe that is, in the Naglfar, is also being primaried by the PAPI forces in here, as well as the Apostle of Mrs. Ranger. PAPI still fighting as much as they can inside 1DQ. Local has dropped to 3,800 people.
What was it? It was near 4,000, now 3,800. That's probably...
It did break over the 4K mark. I didn't manage to get a track of exactly how high, but we definitely broke 4K. But now as more and more forces are being killed and put back into T5, with initiative stopping them funneling through. Like when I was originally jumping in the system, there was 2, 3, and 4 Felixes just coming in as quick as they could.
Let's get you more viewing angles there. You're watching an assault from PAPI going into 1DQ, which is the capital system of the Imperium. This sets off the beginning, I think the legitimate beginning of what was going to be an attempt to assault 1DQ and the Constellation by PAPI. I'm Matterall here with Sulley.
Yeah, it was, as I was logging in these cameras today, I noticed that one of them, it's just gone the 6-month mark where I lost another stiletto on him. That's how long it's been since these cameras were really used, so the war was really in a full swing for both the attack and defense. So there's been around 6 months. But that's not to say there's not been any action. There has been 6 months of a hard slog for both sides in both defense and the clearing of space. I know Planet Horde had hourly fleets at one point to reinforce citadels, Astra houses, Athanals, and things like that. The blue and red are, because we should say, the red is Imperium and the blue is PAPI on these colors.
We always have to say, because we're talking in stations, we always have to say why that is.
Yeah, and when I first set up these accounts to look through, it was when Initiative held Fountain. And
at the beginning of the war.
System, yeah, right at the beginning of the system. And I jumped in and I just asked, random Initiative pilot, do you want to be blue or red? And naturally he chose red.
And then once the cameras were set up for you, for consistency's sake, that set the tone for everyone else. So that one Initiative pilot set up the camera colors for this war.
I say I am a Razor pilot, and so technically I am in the PAPI side, but at the moment I've not really got any swing in this war. I've all of my assets are no longer located in Delve, so in 1DQ, ISD Balak Daha has been spotted in local. So on this side, we can still see that initiative are still actively attacking any PAPI forces at this side of the gate. Seems like the remnants of some fleets are coming in, but initiative have them outnumbered. Whilst PAPI do have Pandemic Horde do have a Munium fleet here as well to try and fight off initiative.
Yeah, if you were seeing a character sheet just a minute ago, that is one of 5 cameras that are controlled by Sulley, and that character sheet you were looking at was a kill mail, I believe, rather than a character sheet.
There was character information up from one of the ISD volunteers for the New Eden correspondent. So he got spotted in local, so I just had to have a look and see which group he was with.
What is this fight? Is there a certain objective? And I think anybody who's watching EVE Online knows that there's a war going on. This is probably the beginning of the finale of the war for the last year. So I think what he's trying to ask is, what is the objective of this fight?
So overall, the overall objective of the war, obviously, is PAPI to evict the Imperium. This fight, I'm not too sure on an objective. It's quite literally both sides are just PAPI have given a deadline for them to start this final attack, because 1DQ is not likely to fall overnight. It's a absolute fortress. It's why it's been called Fortress Delve. The Imperium have a huge defensive advantage from just pure resources they have available, and they've set it up brilliantly. So it's not going to be a one fight and keeps us reinforced. It's going to take, I believe, weeks and weeks of these battles trying to just get the upper hand or make your enemy make the mistake. So here we have the Pandemic Horde Pandemic Horde test, and some others are beginning to try and push off the initiative Munium fleet from the gate. And numbers in 1DQ have dropped to 3,700.
I just got that link. It looks like the YTAC to Keepstar, which is on the other side. It's in Fountain, just next to Delve. We have unanchoring Keepstar. I hope that is accurate. But I doubt anyone would go through the trouble, and that sounds plausible, because if this war is seen as going the wrong way for PAPI, Fed Up is one of the groups that would be attacked pretty early on. So they might be trying to remove that structure before it's too late, or just in case.
Yeah, there is also the possibility that they have it unanchored with the intention of either just moving it or something like that.
Oh, that's true.
And I have known groups in the past have a structure declared as unanchored, because all it takes is a split second for the person to cancel it and re-unanchor it, and the timer gets missed, because people naturally begin to watch them for day on end, hoping to, if it's unanchored, get there with a ship, get there with a freighter and scoop it. If not to steal it, just to deny them having it again. Because naturally, if you scoop it in your freighter and they kill you, it's a chance it's destroyed.
Right. Icon 911 says, isn't that fountain chain needed for super capital evac? It's a good question.
No, because the
so.
way that the Imperium, so when Imperium held, or Initiative held Fountain, that was the way they came into Delve. They came through that chain and through the Stargate. When PAPI attacked, so PAPI and everyone else attacked, they came in through Quirius and Iridia Losec. So rather than being in the Initiative position where they jumped through that extremely long Smuggler's Gate, they came a different route with more keep stars. So here we have the brawl that is ongoing with the Initiative Union Fleet, whilst they were battling out against the PAPI Union Fleet. But similar into 1DQ is there is now a swarm of fighters slowly approaching from Bandit Horde.
Look at that. That's the swarm there in the back, or is it just arriving now?
So they've covered halfway distance so far because they're sat on the Satio.
Right. So you have the tactic on both sides. So it'll be a matter of time before those fighters take on those hacks. They'll either drive the hacks away, open up the gate and access, or the hacks will probably be destroyed in the process.
Yeah, because now the activity that's going on here, both the fighting, the drones, and the fighter movement, tie-dyes begin to hit 14% in T5.
Wow, look how fast those are moving. I mean, well, this is only 50%, maybe 60% tie-dye. So one of the advantages of using heavy assault cruisers is they're nimble. But these are warping off, so they're being driven off, it looks like.
I believe they would be repositioning because they're not traveling great distances.
Oh, okay.
So they're just kind of reballing up.
I'll try to stay in range. There's a lot of them. I mean, this has grown since the initial group came. So they've reinforced this group. That might be a full 250 basically in a fleet. So that might be 2 fleets actually.
Yeah, I believe it might. It'll be very close to the number limit on the fleets of 250. I'm interested to see if there's any new of the formations yet, because this will be the first time I've got a camera view on formations that come in. There they look to be heading off now towards the DW gate.
Is that your camera movement that's in conjunction with them moving that makes it look like a weird warp? DTAC W, so. What were those, by the way? Were those hacks?
Those were the Minotaur hacks, yeah, mutants.
Okay. Again, hacks, heavy assault cruiser. They're fast, they have long range, and they're the weapon of choice for FCs that like to get in and fight and be able and have the ability to get out when they need to. Yeah, we're aware of unanchoring Keepstar in YTAC 2, or basically the regional to Fountain. Again, we talked about that and how that can have multiple reasons.
Yeah, unanchored Keepstars, they are big things to unanchor because of the size of the ship you require. You require a freighter to pick them up, and it's not the easiest thing in the world to move. But there has been many keep stars unanchored during this war.
Yeah, and there is a tactic of keeping it unanchored, as you were saying, and we've seen accidents happen as well, where you keep it unanchoring. That's a constant state, because it's a 2-week process from the minute you start to unanchor it. If somebody sees when you start to unanchor it, they can calculate when it's going to essentially be unanchored and be available to be picked up, and they can steal it from you. So you never want to unanchor it on the first cycle.
Yeah, from the moment the buttons hit, it's 7 days, so it's into the second week.
Thanks. 7 days.
Second work week, yeah. And like I know of a lot of people that have unanchored rather large structures, and they realize the day before, it's like, oh, I'm not actually going to be here tomorrow. So they then cancel and restart it. But at the time, you begin to see the regular people in local. Like, if you're the CEO of a corporation that owns one of these and you're logging in, you might see regular names in local watching you. Like, oh, the CEO's there, he might pick it up. Yeah. So here's just the aftermath of the
Yeah, I think the was it Mercenary Coalition lost a keep star that way? No, was it MC? I think it was the Initiative. That was about 2018. It got picked up in Syndicate. I think it was Initiative or MC. It was one of those two. The status of fighting. Well, we've seen some interesting moves going on from the Imperium. They were prepared to fight the Black Ops drops that came through. T3 cruisers were jumping into a couple systems in the backfield there. They got cleaned up rather quickly by the Initiative's hacks, heavy assault cruisers. And there, at this time, is a frontal assault going on from T5 to 1DQ. Tie-dye's at 10% on 1DQ side of the gate, at about 60%, 40% in T5Z. Another interesting move is that same group of hacks that was taking out T3s came into T5Z itself and was basically blocking the T5, the gate between the two systems, T5 to 1DQ, for a good amount of time. They were just driven off recently by fighters that were launched from carriers near Suetonia.
Yeah, the fighters were only just getting into a threatening position, so it was more the PAPI mini fleet. But I think Dark Trans knew that with the fighters getting closer, it's only a matter of time before they become on top of him. So he extracted, I believe, at the perfect point.
Oh, by the way, and Racktrack says it was not the same group of hacks. Thank you very much for that clarification. Who was the FC of the hacks on this side of the gate? I thought it was Shines, and he was the FC on the other groups. That's why I thought it was the same. Are these the fighters arriving here?
Yep, so we're just seeing here the fighters are beginning to come in now. Using the prop mods as they're cycled close enough.
All right, Sam Squatch, great name, 88's asking what is the TLDR of this battle. He's too new to follow from the beginning. We'll give you that in just a second. We'll do like top of the hour.
Apparently it was the same fleet they just reshipped from Munins. So originally it was in Ishtar's, but so he reshipped from Ishtar's into Munins for the T5.
Yeah. Okay, so different fleet technically, same fighters, same fleet commander, kind of the same fleet, just a different outfit.
Same fleet, different ships.
Yeah, and they did a number on the T3s coming in through Black Ops portals. Basically, those guys don't appear to have had success. We knew that was going to happen. We weren't sure how effective it was going to be. It seems interesting because T3s have had an adjustment recently, so those players that lost T3 ships didn't actually lose any skill points. Are we looking at a Noctis?
Yep.
Is that you?
No, some of them NC brought a Noctis out to the
Nice.
ship.
Cleaning up the wreckage. Those are tractor beams. This is a salvage ship. And is this in T5?
This is in T5. If he was in 1DQ, I don't think he'd be alive at the moment.
Yeah, you're right. That's nice. Look at him. Somebody's hard at work cleaning up the battlefield. Awesome. This is the part of EVE I love when you get into the variation of things. Now he's going off and he's tractor beaming things behind him, it looks like. And that white thing is a salvage beam, so that's the salvaging happening. Might have that reversed. It's been a while.
No, you're right.
Is that right?
Tractor beam pulls it in, salvages to the white ones.
Yeah. This is one of my favorite things to do. I mean, if you're like a logistics pilot and you like healing people and you're healing multiple people at the same time and you're having to grab them and heal them and then let them go because they're ready to go again, it's like being an octopus, right? You have like 8 or 9 different people that you're working with at the same time, and that's a good feeling. But same with salvaging. When you're salvaging and you're tractor beaming stuff in, you're doing multiple things at once, and it's just a good feeling to be kind of in that feeling ambidextrous kind of thing going on.
When I was training up many years ago, I did salvaging, and I remember at the time being like, "Oh, I have to train target management," because it's the only ships you ever really needed to lock 8 targets at once with was a salvaging ship.
Oh, I think you're right. I'm trying to think of other occasions when you need to lock maximum amount of targets, and it's probably logistics, but I think also a capital pilot might.
Even some capitals have limits on the locks. Logistics pilots, yeah, but a lot of newer players, when they get into salvaging, don't generally fly those kind of ships. But yeah, typically around 6 to 7 mark, you're okay. But actually getting 8+.
Oh, I see what you're saying. The ships are limited to less than 8 targets, so you don't need the skill to be as high as. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. Maybe we're going to see more and more fighters now. Just going to keep making this journey over. So it would be a stalemate on both sides for that. But in the 1DQ fight side, there is now down to 3,560 pilots in the system. But there is still battles ongoing at the gate.
Yeah. So the Sasquatch Guide is relatively new. Just to get you caught up, there's been a war that's been going on for a year. This is PAPI, which is the name comes from a combination of PandaFam and TAPI, which is basically represents the alliances and the coalitions that are attacking the Imperium that resided in 4 systems in the southeast. And the Imperium had been there since about 2016, and they've accumulated a lot of wealth. So essentially you have a lot of other empires attacking the richest and empire with the most amount of people. However, when you combine all the other empires that are attacking, that number goes to a 2 to 1, maybe as claimed by the Imperium 3 to 1. Those numbers were what it looked like at the beginning. Now, we've gotten to the point where the Imperium has lost essentially 3 regions, and most of this last region they have. And what they did was collapse into one constellation with everybody that they have. And they're held up in this citadel type situation that needs to be overrun. But they have thousands of people, and they have a ton of equipment in there and a ton of structures that needs to be destroyed if they're to be run out. So this is kind of an immovable object, if you want to imagine it that way. And what you had before was an irresistible force that was really just crunching down on that, all the regions, and they, I think, destroyed somewhere between 3,000 and 4,000. I think between 3,000 and 4,000 structures. And then about 2 months ago, they came to the 1DQ constellation, the Citadel, we'll call it, and it kind of stopped and turned into a stalemate, more of a containment from the PAPI point of view. And it's been that way for a while. And now they're just waking up and just calling people back in to do an actual assault. This is the beginning of what we think will be a 2-week assault, maybe 4 weeks. And then we'll see where we're at. But they have also said, and this is PAPI, the invaders, that if this doesn't work, they're not going to go back into a stalemate. The gameplay is no good for them, and they will just go back home. So,
yeah, on the stream now, this is the Imperium home system, 1DQ. So you can see all the citadels they have there and keep stars to defend against.
Yeah. People in chat there talking about a keep star unanchoring. Actually, keep stars. Keep stars of PAPI unanchoring. Is there a second keep star unanchoring? Otherwise, that's inaccurate information. That is a pattern. If multiple keep stars are unanchoring, that is, again, something of a safety. It's also like, let's try to salvage these keep stars so they don't get destroyed. We know this may not go well. So it's a sign of confidence, and that's something that can be celebrated by the Imperium. One keep star unanchoring belonging to Fed Up is an isolated incident. But when you start getting, as people are saying here, 3 or 4, that changed the narrative a little bit.
Yeah, I don't think any of the keep stars that are unanchoring are related to the transportation network in and out of Delve.
Yeah.
I think they are just positional ones that they've either acquired or they anchored down the stronghold from.
Sully, it would be something if they're unanchoring their way out, I imagine.
Yeah.
That would be very weird.
That's where I'd be more concerned if they're unanchoring the way home. It's like, hang on.
Well, that would be kind of a burning of the bridges, like, nope, we're all trapped here, so fight and die, or there's no choice. That would actually be interesting. Unanchoring the stuff that's off the path is a good sign that there's not a lot of confidence. But it's also, again, there are situations where, as we were explaining before, sometimes you keep things in a perpetual state of unanchoring so that you can trick the opponent on when that thing is actually going to be unanchored and available for pickup, because you want that to be a very...
We saw it as well from Imperium. As the fight was raging into Quirius, they did have a few keep stars in Delph that did successfully get unanchored. Some that did get recovered by Imperium as well. There was, I believe, 2 that was killed. So it's not uncommon for these groups to unanchor these assets, because they are ultimately a very good asset. It could well be that they are unanchoring those 3 to put them all into freighters, and then all of a sudden there'll be 12 keep stars anchoring in 1DQ.
Wow, that is...
You never know what their leader plan is. Villy's got some idea, but as I say, it could be around unanchoring. Could be the groups thinking, oh, we'll unanchor this while we have protection, now that people are getting back from the summer holidays, things like that. You know, they've had their family vacation, because naturally every summer Eve does take a dip in activity. So...
Now, Sully, you're a very straight shooter. That sounds like a very rosy picture. Am I not seeing it?
I mean, I'd love to see 12 keep stars anchored, because that means there will be absolute bloodbath. It's more of one of my hopes. Is like, one day you might see it.
One day.
I don't think it will happen. Is probably why I don't decide wars.
Well, explain that again, though. And again, this is... we don't know, but this scenario putting down multiple keep stars at the same time, where would they put those down strategically? And
so it has been known, like in methods of past before citadels, where they had conquer stations and posses. One tactic was to anchor as many posses in the system as you could. So back then you couldn't dock supers or titans. You could only leave them floating in safe space, which is inside of a pos shield. So one way you would attack an enemy is you'd anchor a pos. And the best way to anchor a pos in the system is to anchor as many as you can. So I was part of one where we anchored 70 poses in the system.
oh my god,
because
70.
they have so much health, you can't kill them quickly enough. So you anchor them all as much as you can, so that they physically can't attack them all at once.
Mm-hmm.
So with keep stars, it's a very more of an expensive thing. Poses back then were about 400 mil. They keep stars about 250 billion. I don't expect it.
But why not Asbels? That was the idea.
Asbels, they are not as tanky as keep stars. They do not take as much to destroy, to keep them paused and keep things like that. Although they are a lot cheaper. The ultimate goal would be something that can be used as a strong point, and you can't dock carriers and dreadnoughts in Asbels. You can only dock subcapitals. So if I was to see something like that, I would expect it more than likely to be a Forza, unless they just did a lot more Asbels, because Asbels are about half the price of a Forza.
Yeah, but Asbels could be picked off probably by subcap fleets easier. I think with a keep star, you have a little more dedication, a lot more expense, but more dedication to try to take that before it anchors. Well, I don't know if it's far-fetched or not. It sounds bold, which we've seen PAPI do some bold things in the past. I also heard, if you listen to Noros, there was going to be some war-ending moves. And I thought, well, does he just mean like an acceleration of people coming back and fighting the same way they were fighting before? Or is there something planned? Is there something interesting?
I don't know. I thought I best say I'm not in any way involved in any leadership with this war.
Yeah.
I'm literally just a man on the side just thinking it would be cool to see. So we saw with the invasion into Delve, for getting the first keep star down in the NPC Delve. We literally just finished a keep star fight, watched the keep star destroyed, and then 10 minutes later, there's another keep star just anchored.
Yeah, we've seen that a couple times.
We've seen people have like seen goons from dreadnoughts have died where they jumped in to kill the keep star as it was anchoring, and they just get doomsdayed off and stuff. Literally, as one battle ended, another keep star got anchored. So,
right, that actually happened in 2018 in the Battle of UALX as well, and it was Test that did that to PanFam and Fraternity when they were fighting them. They fought a big, ugly battle, very neat one, in UALX, and they Test, allied with Goonswarm at the time, or the Imperium, lost the Keep Star, but they trapped the enemy fleet and managed to put down a second Keep Star on that same evening. So it's happened before. Well, it reports at least one Keep Star on anchoring in the regional system of Fountain, and we've heard there's others, but we haven't seen any evidence of those yet. But we'll assume that's correct.
Yeah, there was a picture that circulated for the 38p test keep star in the Delven pocket north of 1DQ on Dotland. But again, I don't think it's anywhere of significance, if that makes sense. Yes, it's in Delve and it is a keep star, but we don't know if it's going to be unanchored tomorrow. It could be next week, could be next month. So
yeah, Chaos says there are 5 in Delve. If you can get some pictures or anything, that would be cool. If you're unanchoring keep stars in Delve, that tells me you're basically moving stuff out so that it doesn't get destroyed, so you can keep it.
I don't believe so. The Imperium also unanchored keepstars and delve for the same reason of just
Relocating.
consolidating assets. Not so much that as well. It's Imperium, like with Quirius, but they did in the end just sacrifice them. There was very few fights over Quirius and Fountain, so they just let keepstars and Satios die. But they did unanchor a few as well. I can't remember the total numbers, but there was unanchors of trying to not so much just minimize their losses, but maintain that asset, because a keepstar is not a cheap thing to build. It does use a lot of titanium at very least, and with the scarcity as well, that has resulted in them being harder to obtain. Not more expensive, just harder to get.
Mm-hmm. All right, so the best we can say is we've seen reports of keepstar, we'll say keepstars unanchoring. We don't know what the purpose of that is. It takes 7 days to cycle through the unanchoring process.
That's pretty much what I'd say is we've seen them unanchoring, but why they're unanchoring, we have no idea. They're not relevant to logistics chains, so yeah.
What is going on here? What are we seeing on screen? It looks like a lot of...
So this is still the 1DQ side of the gate. So this is kind of the Imperium capital graveyard at the moment. So Imperium are the only ones that fielded capitals. And you can see the wrecks of them as you've got a Revelation just center screen detonating now.
Oh, Revelation, where's that? Top?
Bottom left middle.
Okay, thanks. Oh, we see it. Yeah, we see it.
So this is just, because of the tie-dye, you just get a good appreciation of how slow these things go on.
Yeah, the blasts that light up the entire sky like you're seeing now, those are capital ships blowing up. They always go up really brightly. The little stars and explosions, those are subcapitals.
If I turn on the brackets, you can still see there was a good chunk of blue here as well as the red. Not as much as there was previously, so they are slowly dropping on numbers, I would imagine. Local is down to 3,400. But they are contending with, so these are just non-fighter brackets as well. If I was to turn on the fighters brackets, I'm sure my computer would hate me.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you're not seeing fighters. If we were to visualize those, that's usually a really, really tough on computers, and sometimes they crash. We don't want to lose cameras, so. Looking at T5, that looks like red if that's T5. No, that's 1DQ. Okay.
Yeah, so this is another Cameron 1DQ. Because I've got multiple, I've sacrificed one. So this has full brackets loaded.
Just so people are clear that are kind of new to the game, what's full brackets mean?
So full brackets shows everything on this grid. So Rex will appear on your HUD, but not on your overview list, as well as the drones and fighters and things. You will see them. So you see their little icons here, the little crosses there, the red and blue ones. These are the players' drones individually being rendered as an icon. The drone models are not on as my settings, but you can see why it has so much more of an impact on your frames and stuff, because there is just so much more on the grid. It also makes it more difficult to see how many of the ship there is. If we look at comparison, so this is with a ship with full brackets on. These have the same settings aside from the overview ones. And you have this one, which does not have those brackets. It hides the drones, the capsules, and things like that.
Yeah, so you don't see the small stuff, the stuff that's not really counted. If a ship blows up, you don't care about the wreck. If a pod is in space trying to find its way home or trying to self-destruct, you don't care about looking at that. You want to see ships, good representation of what's still fighting. That's what normally we look at.
And I imagine it wasn't picked up too well on my microphone, but when I switch to the client with the brackets on, my computer physically turns its fans up.
Is that what that noise is in the background?
Yeah, that's the fans spooling up.
That's the fans spooling up. You know what that sounds like? That sounds like a wood chipper. This revelation looks like it's getting pounded on here. Looks like the Imperium guys in chat are eager to say this war is over. I mean, they're seeing keep stars being unanchored, and I think they consider that a symbol of the war being over, which could be true. If so, it seems like it would be a lackluster finale for PAPI. I don't know if it's true. It wouldn't fit the pattern of the rest of the war.
No, I personally don't think so. PAPI did a similar thing when they saw Imperium keep stars unanchoring many months ago. So I think it's just they're banded between them. I don't think PAPI is ready to throw in towel. I don't know whether 1DQ will fall or not, but I know that there will be many more battles when over the coming weeks and months.
Right. I mean, the pattern of the war has been, we've seen some unexpected and bold plays by PAPI. There's been some stuff that we've predicted and was going according to what we thought would happen, but then there were some surprises. And the way that this finale is going, besides some really good work on the FC side with hacks taking out some T3s that were jumping in the backfield and cutting off reinforcements, that looked interesting. Everything else looks like it's very routine, busting through with a lot of subcaps and just colliding at the gate, bubbled. That is very typical. And what you're seeing here is Revelation getting blasted.
Yeah, it's very much just it won't ever happen overnight. It has to be waves breaking on the rocks to slowly wear them down. That's why I'm going to describe it. In terms of the current battle report, in terms of the ISK war, Imperium is winning by about 60 to 40%. Imperium looks to have destroyed 117 billion. Oh, sorry, Imperium have lost rather 117 billion, whereas PAPI and forces have lost 170 billion.
Right. In comparison to some of the fights that we saw last November, where a single keep star was fought over, we saw that go as high as 12 trillion. We saw another one go to 9 trillion. That's one battle for each of these. And another two went for 6 to 7 trillion. So these numbers, in that sense, are minuscule. Oh, the M2 fights also were record-breaking as far as how much those cost.
Yeah, and I do believe that that video of me on TIS is on YouTube as well. So you can see us in the M2 fight, which was a lot of fun. I'm hoping there's something similar again, because I had a lot of fun with that fight.
I think we caught some great footage of you in an avatar doing Doomsdays. That might have been FW8 or...
I think it was both, in fairness. I think I did it in both.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the M2 fight, I did have my avatar and even at one point my Komodo on the field.
The Komodo, yeah. By the way, you sold that, right? Just to be clear.
Yeah, the Komodo is no longer in my possession.
Okay.
Neither is the avatar, actually. I sold that as well.
Is that right? Are you Titan-less?
No, I just do not have a Titan in Delve at the moment.
Yeah. Well, that was it was beautiful footage. We'll actually make a highlight reel of this war is what we should do. Really good footage here. And you can see that Revelation's lighting up, literally, going into an explosion.
Yeah, so we've got the one on the bottom left is currently being attacking another ship, but the one on the center right, he's just been detonated. You see, these are Horfit Revelations. These are not cap guns, obviously. They are designed to attack subcapitals.
All being high-angle weaponry that's big dreadnoughts can put guns that can track and destroy smaller ships. Whoa, that looks like multiple explosions there in the middle.
Yeah.
That Revelation is still exploding.
Not sure what it was that took them out, but there was a few that did group up, didn't they?
Yeah, yeah. Normally you see multiple explosions in one area. That's a bombing run. We'll investigate that and see what happened. In a battle like this, it just could be timing.
Yeah, it could just be the servers managed to kick up at a point, or targets all got locked the same. There is still a decent number of blues here, but there is less and less pilots in the system, down to 3,300 pilots. Here we're seeing Pandemic Horde beginning to withdraw some of their fighters from the gate.
Ooh, announcement from Lady Scarlet. Actually, let me confirm with her. That's true. I'm sure it is, but get Shannon here into our audio. Shen, how are you doing?
Very well. Hello.
All right, monitoring the assaults happening here. Lots of interesting things happening. The latest thing is Lady Scarlet writing something. She's a friend. I'll contact her and see what's going on.
Looks like they're committing capitals.
Who is? Imperium?
Imperium?
Yeah,
and
they've had...
PAPI or just Imperium?
No, just Imperium. They've had that...
Yeah, they've had their high angle dreads doing damage on the 1DQ side of the gate. Interestingly, so the high angle dreadnoughts, for those that don't know, they are... I should be able to see. I should have guns visible. See how good my settings were.
I think...
I do.
Yeah.
So you can see that these are actually just battleship guns, but grouped up on the side of a dreadnought.
Oh, that's so funny. They use the same model.
It is the same models as in groups of 3, and these get a massive buff when it's in siege.
Yeah. High angle weaponry is what you're looking at. Designed to kill battleships and below.
Yeah, they do the equivalent of, I think, a siege one is around about 3,500 DPS, but they still have the tank of a Revelation, so it takes them a long time to die. Yeah,
these were modeled after what were called tracking titans in the past. Titan pilots really couldn't use their ships much, but they started putting guns on, I think battleship guns, on their titans, and they were getting their tracking boosting, so they were getting bonus ability to track little ships that usually fly too fast to target. And somehow Pandemic Legion figured out how to put enough bonuses on a Titan to be able to, they're called blap Titans actually, to blap little battleships. And Titan pilots had such a great time. It became a popular concept. It was eventually nerfed. And then later, Hod Dreads were kind of a homage to that gameplay. And so you could have high angle weaponry on a Titan or a Dreadnought. Those are the only gun shooting capitals. And then I think they took them off the Titans, didn't they?
So yeah, they took them off Titans. Even before the module existed, it was due to special refits the Titans would have on their capital guns. CCP didn't like the damage they would output, so they took them and made them into the hull weapons. And then CCP also didn't like the fact that Titans were becoming more proliferant throughout. So then they took them off the Titans and left them only with Dreadnoughts. So this is the kind of perfect scenario for them. They're also very useful for those that like streamers such as Beyond B, I believe, likes doing it now and again on a Horde Dreadnought, because they are so tanky and deal so much damage.
Mm-hmm. Okay, this announcement just in. This is breaking news. Rumors true, NC Dot is leaving the war. We don't know if anybody else is leaving on the PAPI side of things, but that is a significant loss for the alliance, for the coalition of PAPI. That is confirmed. We will try to get you more information on reasons why or any of that.
Yeah, that is very big news. NC have been a huge part of this war leading up to it.
Yeah. No, that is not a troll. NC Dot is leaving the war. It's official. They have put that out in public. It is confirmed to be true. So this indeed may be a significant factor. As we see Dreadnought Rex in the screen here in 1DQ and explosions going off everywhere. This is the frontal assault attempt, the first major offensive we've seen in months as PAPI tries to break into 1DQ. Additional news there, Recon is pulling out of the war as well. That is their leader, Apollo 428, making a declaration. It looks to me like there is a chunk of PAPI that is deciding it is not worth this invasion.
Yeah, both are considerable blows to this war effort, so it'll be interesting to see what the future holds here.
Yeah. All right. Trying to get you more information from various sources, but we have at least 2 groups leaving PAPI. Those are confirmed. Today's fight, I don't know how 1DQ is going and how that's going to end up looking. Probably the telling part of this, and it looks like Imperium will win, although it's not over, was the rather poor showing from PAPI Alliance, having what looked like 1,000, maybe a little bit more, people coming back into this war.
Yeah, I was expecting there to be more online in T5 than I saw. Understand the Imperium have the home field advantage, so they really do have a huge influx there. But this is interesting. I was just looking on one of my cameras, so a bunch of Pandemic Horde dreadnoughts are jumping into T5 now.
Pandemic Horde dreadnoughts?
So either these are resupplies for their war, or they've been out somewhere else. Maybe staging, ready to drop or sneak in, I wonder.
Are they jumping on a structure?
Yeah, they're jumping onto the PAPI staging. But these are...
I see. So they could be, they're docking up. So they're coming home, or they've been transported here for additional combat duties.
Yeah. So these are all anti-cap fit capitals. So it could be that they was expecting something to come through the Stargate, perhaps. Because obviously T5 has not been jammed, whereas 1DQ was, and then it cancelled. These could have been opportunistic, staged nearby, out of sight kind of thing. Yeah, the definite victor for today, I believe, will be Imperium. Purely as well, they've done a lot more damage. They've had a massive home field advantage, inadequately so. They should have.
Yeah, I'll take this question. The inspector asks if that was a move up. No, the people that we just saw, those Pandemic Horde capital ships, which were dreadnoughts, were arriving in T5Z. We don't know where they were before. There's been no reports that they were out doing any action or doing anything. So they could be just supplies moving in for future combat. But they're moving into T5Z, not away from it.
It's not uncommon for groups. Imperium have done it many times. They will have small SIG groups where they will move out of their main system ahead of time. Like these dreadnoughts could have moved out this morning or earlier on in the fight, and they'll jump somewhere else and hide pretty much within jump range of their target. So this would have been within range of the 1DQ constellation, but so that Imperium forces may not have eyes on them. They may not know they're there. So if, say, Imperium wanted to come through the gate with a capital, or say the Imperium decided to do a massive counterattack with capitals, they can't just think everyone's in the Keepstar.
I mean, with NC leaving, that means.
Speak a little louder if you can. It's hard to hear you. Or hold the mic closer to your...
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's a bit better. Go ahead, Shen.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, with NC leaving and those Keepstars anchoring, I don't know which alliance that is. Maybe it's
It was Fed Up.
getting fed up. Okay.
That was one. Yeah, their legacy. I think they're actually independent.
Their legacy, I think, technically.
Were they still? They were at some point, and I don't know what happened. Those, by the way, what are we looking at here? Because those look like...
So these were jump freighters. I noticed a large group of them undocked, so I assumed they may have been NC or someone similar, but I didn't expect them. So jump freighters are used both for withdrawal and logistics, so bringing stuff in and out. It's not a one-way trip; you have to take them back. So those were PL jump freighters jumping out somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
So they could be jumping out assets, or they could be jumping to bring more in.
That bright blue ball, though, that looked like Black Ops jumps.
Yep. So there is indeed a Marshal here.
Okay.
From NC, there are a few different ships around, but there is also an NC Zernitra here, which I do.
Oh yeah,
love the look of.
So dreadnought from Triglavian.
Yep.
Of course, when you see people evacuate, you see their expensive stuff evacuated first, and so having a Marshal jump out, if NC is leaving, and that's confirmed they are leaving, that would be some of the first stuff that you would see moved.
Yeah. So, for example, this ship, it's a Vanquisher. Estimated value at the moment between 350 and 500 billion due to the minerals inside it. This pilot will be looking to withdraw this one as soon as possible, as well as he has some impressive kill marks on this.
Those are huge. Wow, this guy's
87.
This guy's seen some action. Who is that?
I don't know who the pilot is.
It's Vanquisher. Wow.
Yeah, he is in a Vanquisher.
Seth.
Yeah, there is also a Komodo out here, so he could be undocking just to flex with the Komodo.
Little picture session. That is from Horde. That Komodo.
Yeah. I'll say one thing with anchoring Keepstars. One thing that PAPI has done during the war invasion is they anchored Keepstars according to their plan to attack Delve. So a lot of times Keepstar were anchored, but were not meant to be there for long term. So maybe this just means they have a plan in terms of what the war, when the war is going to be over, and how's Delphi going to look like geographically with Keepstars and other structures. So maybe they're just anchoring those that were not needed, and just and then leave the space to maybe use them later on, or just sell them for cash or whatever that they need.
I definitely think with the announcement of NC and Recon withdrawing, I think we will find out over the next few weeks what those Keepstars intended were, whether there would be more of a withdrawal or if they would be used in a new attack. But I believe there's definitely going to have to be a rethink on any strategy they have, because there's quite NC and Recon leaving is a big hit.
Yeah, those two are confirmed leaving. They're actually close associates as well. Recon really is the reconstruction of Bot Lord, which was the renting police, basically. So you would have an empire like NC Dot that didn't want to police any territory, but they wanted to rent it out to other people because they had the strength to control it. And they had a group, or they would have a group that was dedicated to just patrolling it and policing the area, and that was Bot, B-O-T, and it's kind of a play on words. So what you had is that group got tired of policing and wanted to form up and go and do things, and that became Recon. So Recon very closely tied to NC Dot. Those two groups leaving makes perfect sense as far as their relationship to one another. On the other hand, we have Fed Up, which is a legacy alliance and owner of Keepstar in Fountain. That we saw a picture of their Keepstar unanchoring is a separate issue, but could also be an indication that things are not going well for PAPI.
Yeah, we don't know what their unanchoring state is because we're not unanchoring them.
Yeah. We also saw, there was a clue a few weeks ago when we heard Vince Draken's, we did a report on what he said to his group. And he seemed to start out by saying, like, look, you guys need to show up and fight for this war. He wasn't talking to his own guys. He was talking to the locals that were colonizing Delve. He was talking to Test, and he was saying, you're going to be the first to get run over if you don't show up and fight. And I think he was talking about Test and those guys showing up to fight, to participate in some of the actions that PAPI were doing at the time. So it's not surprising that Vince would pull the plug, basically saying, we're not going to do all the work for you if you're not going to show up to fight in this war as much as we are. And that was just kind of a sign back then a few weeks ago that he was sending a signal to the locals, which would have been Legacy and Test, that they need to do more or they should be worried about it.
Well, then let's say if with assumption that PAPI will lose this war, where do you think Legacy is going to go after this? Because PenFam, they have their home all the way in the north or in the east, so they're not worried, right? So the only group that should worry about their place is Legacy. So where do you think they're going to go?
Ask that question again. I didn't catch it.
So, like, where do you think Legacy is going to go? Do you think the map's going to look like it was before the war started, or do you think anything's going to change?
So I don't think the war's going to go back to the way it was before. The map's not going to reset because Gunstorm have already announced when Test declared the war, Gunstorm announced that they won't go back to the ceasefire. They won't go back to the way things were. So I think there will now be this fighting period that there used to be of old where you didn't have non-aggression pacts against people. There will be a constant to and fro of these groups, I think, for many years to come. But I don't know where it will stand for the Delve invasion at all. So on the camera at the moment, we're just seeing the last PAPI ships in 1DQ getting slowly removed. No more than a dozen or two now. Local is still at 3,100, and I'm fairly certain a large majority of that, at least 80%, will be Imperium. So they had a huge number advantage in this system.
Yeah. So if NC Dot is out of this war and Recon is out, those two again working together, it'll be interesting to see where other breaks form. But the PAPI coalition starting to break, it looks like, and most of that is confirmed. All right, we'll get more information here. Trying to dig up information for you. If I'm going a little silent, that's what's going on. Ping coming out from Gobbins. Effective immediately. We have called off the attacks and begin the withdrawal phase. See this post details. TLDR, the first part of withdrawal is covering and moving of extra assets and scooping structures. Time 10 to 14 days. We will not move ships during this phase. Second part is moving supers, caps, and everything else home. 5 to 7 days. Expect a lot of chances to use our extra ships as goons will try to mess our unanchorings. And for the extra assets still left at the end of the first part, we are setting up buybacks to help people with leftover ships and on and on. Let's see if there's anything else here.
So that is from NC.
This is from Gobbins. So this is Horde. And Horde looks like, let me see if I can find the actual effective immediately. We have called off the attacks and we begin the withdrawal phase. So Horde leaving the war effort. I think that's pretty clear.
What? Okay, this is really surprising, to be honest.
Yeah, that just in. It looks like PAPI is starting to call it quits. Let's see if I can go back to...
I mean, this is quite a quick change, right? I think a few weeks ago, right? I think PAPI were announcing they're going to do a final push. Now they're saying...
You have to talk closer to your mic because you're...
Like, they're saying right now they're done. And a few weeks ago, they're saying they're still going to do a last try. So what could cause that big change?
There just wasn't the numbers today, and that's a sign. I mean, if this is their big hype ping and they got 1,000, remember what that looked like before? They had 6,000, when they were... M2 had 6,000 people. And you have to wonder, where did 5,000 combatants go? That's just astounding poor performance by players of these organizations coming back. There just may not have been the appetite to be in a tie-dye situation, especially at this time of the year. And you have to look at that as a factor. It's one thing to come back and play a video game at all at a time when you have other options, at a time when it's basically a low point for EVE Online, the summer. 2018 was a pretty active summer, but even then, there was a few thousand people fighting. Yeah, but it looks like this war is starting to show the toll that it's taken on PAPI. PAPI withdrawing, those are three major groups, NC Dot, Recon. I love Recon. They're not necessarily a major group, but they're associated with NC Dot. You see Horde now saying they're in the withdrawal phase. I'm sure Fraternity is right behind them. And that leaves really only Legacy and Fire to make decisions. AOM, those groups, to make any kinds of announcements. We haven't seen announcements from Villy or anybody else, but if we get those, we'll bring them to you as quickly as we can.
Fire is not really in the war to be
So I can give information on Fire in that we have got subcapitals involved still in Delve, but due to Initiative and Dreadbomb and Chechnya up in the north, the Fire capital fleet, the super capitals and Titans, have all withdrawn, so there's none left in T5. There are still capitals and subcapitals, however.
Yeah, this is big news
in the war. But with Planet Horde and Goblin's announcement, I don't foresee PAPI continuing on. I believe they're going to look to do a withdrawal as well, because NC and Planet Horde have been massive staple houses in this war, and in the pure grind of structures and getting the fight. And like I said, it is a very odd time of year, just entering August, with all the lockdowns and things like that over the last year and a half to 2 years. There are a lot more people out with family. They're tired of being sat indoors on the computers, so they're out holidays and things like that. So I think the summer dip has definitely hit harder this year than others. But yeah, the numbers today were not at all good for PAPI.
I think that I don't think as PAPI, as leadership, you can look at those numbers and say this is something we can do. I can see why. I mean, remember, they gave themselves 2 to 4 weeks to gather people up and to attack. It's not necessarily the tactics that worked or didn't work in this fight. It was that number of 1,000 versus 3,000. You can't have those kinds of numbers and fight uphill towards a defensive position. It just doesn't make any sense. I think PAPI really showing that they're not up for this war, at least the members of the alliances of PAPI. They didn't come back to finish it. Remember, M2 had something like 6 or more thousand people showing up in local. That kind of number, yeah, you could take that. You could take somebody on a hill, not with 1/6 that. So when I saw that, I thought like, wow, I hope there's a more momentum coming, and this is just a slow beginning. But this was highly pinged, and I don't think they like the result. I don't think they like what they see. And I don't think that they have the amount of people they need to make this happen. They probably saw that. And
I've always give goons and been benefiting that. They have been a group throughout the years of EVE where they will show up with the same numbers constantly.
Right. Okay, camera's off there. Did something happen? Oh, Sulley lost connection. That's what happened. Sorry about that. We just lost that. We're going to take you live now to our public channel, Public Voice 2. Let's go there, Shen. Sulley, I brought you into Public Voice 2. We're going to try to open this up into a town hall so we can get some more information from people that are on the field. If we get political information, that would be great. This is a momentous moment. The end of the war looks to be in sight as we see keep stars beginning to unanchor that belong to Legacy. We see that NC Dot, this is the big news, is out of the war, followed by Horde out of the war. They are in the withdrawal phase. That should take a few days. There will be opportunities to fight, according to Gobbins. This is great news for the Imperium. Can anybody do a sound check there, Sulley?
Can you hear me?
There we go, Shen. Can hear you, yeah.
So good. Yeah, but Discord decided to randomly update. What's in that?
We're back to earlier in the fight, so this is not current information. Let's actually move this out of the way. But we do want to get some more information. If we can get some officials here, we'll get you what we can. All right. By the way, Sulley, are you able to put the cameras back up?
I can indeed.
Thank you.
Which camera would you like?
Whatever is most beautiful. I don't think there's anything tactical to see, so.
I just feel like this is kind of unbelievable, to be honest. It's just happening right now on the first day of big attacks, and everyone's calling it off. I don't know. Yeah,
we're getting the cameras back up. We'll start to analyze this in a second. Thank you very much, Sulley, for that great video. We have now an open channel that you can come into, but if you don't behave, we have moderators ready to escort you out. Celebrating in chat, of course, is fine if you're part of a winning team. This is a year-long effort to save yourself. It looks like it's going to go the Imperium's way. They deserve to celebrate. Just keep it classy, let's say. Same thing if the Imperium was collapsing, we would have the same rules.
I'd like to say well done to the revelation pilot of Chris Ponga, because there are very few dreadnoughts left in this field, and he is still there.
He's still out there.
Yeah, it looks like he was being primated just towards PAPI, started to lose critical mass. So they've been jumping out, and he's just been slowly staying alive. He's got again some small webs at the moment now from subcaps, but he's one of the if not one of few dreadnoughts. I can see 3 total at the moment.
Right. We're looking at. I'll just actually put this on screen. This was kind of the majority of this battle here. Now, obviously, we have more larger issues to deal with in this segment as the future of the war is in doubt. But if we're looking here, doubt for PAPI, by the way, if we're looking at this battle report here, 60-40 is what I keep looking at, that ratio. Again, when a group withdraws, that's usually when they really lose a fight. So this may end up 80-20. But it's pretty much 60-40 now, and the numbers are really eerily close, 1,700 or 1,800. And that's a 1-to-1 ratio.
So my problem with that battle report, 267 ships lost at 122 billion, 2,125 ships lost at 183 billion. What the hell did we lose that it's that much?
Dreadnoughts, right?
Did we lose some? Oh, I didn't realize we lost.
Yeah.
Okay.
You guys were losing.
The only thing Goons lost really was capitals.
That's you don't have. We don't have bubbles up to show who's talking, so I'll try to introduce people. That was Domanark you heard from first. He is from Bastion, and that is Murray that you heard from second, and he is from Rote Capel.
So I'd like to congratulate PAPI for winning the war, and good job, guys. Appreciate it. Yeah.
Are you gonna troll? Do I have to throw you out?
War, that's why they're leaving. That's what they said, not me.
They won and they're done. We
won the war. That's what was written recently.
Well, I mean,
that's fair.
This is. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. So you weren't trolling. You're congratulating.
No, I read it. Yeah. But you know what? That's fair. I wouldn't have done it in the middle of a battle, but whatever.
I think I heard there's going to be a town hall here in a few minutes. We'll do what we can to bring that live, but we'll see if we can get that audio or not. Oops, let me actually open this up a little bit.
My thing is, to me, that something has to have happened in the background for it to happen in the middle of a fight.
Yeah, exactly.
I've heard that the decision was actually not made today. That the decision, I don't know what internal intel they had about where they were or anything, or if there was arguments. We don't know the nature of what the decision making was. All we can point to is that there's a kind of a lackluster showing. I think maybe 2,000 people on the PAPI side is not enough to invade the Imperium that has more people than that, much less, a lot, defensive advantage, plus a huge amount of structures that are in strategic places. There's a lot to overcome.
I'm on that side, so I mean, it makes it harder.
Yeah, it's hard to overcome that. So you're going to need a better showing than.
And maybe I could see that. They decide, hey, we just don't have the numbers showing up at this point, no matter what we do or how we try to get people going. It's not going to happen. We need to do something different. And so as soon as I heard about that Keepstar, my first thought was, this is a distraction. They're trying to get shit out of here.
Yeah. And that sounds plausible.
And it would actually be a smart way to do it. Mm-hmm. And I also thought when we dunked those T3s, well, not me, the initiative did, that had to be a shock. They could not have expected us to hit those that fast and that hard. It surprised me, and I'm on the side that did it.
Yeah, that was pretty thorough. At least the Brave fleet was wiped out almost completely.
At some place, there must have been a spy that told our guys, hey, this is going to happen. Because we were, instantly on them. That can't happen without that kind of information.
Well, we knew that was going to be a tactic used. We didn't know where or when, of course, but yeah, there was a lot of efficiency there.
Apparently we knew.
apparently you did. They basically jumped right into your mouths.
Just about. It looked like it. Yeah. And then the T5Z thing, I don't know, maybe were they not expecting that? That was a brilliant move, because I don't think they were expecting us to be on that side when they jumped back in, I guess. If they were expecting... Their reaction was good.
Yeah.
The fighters were good. It was a good reaction to it. But
yeah. Everything's going to be slow, right? So it's not going to happen right away. But and they did the expected thing, get some carriers up there, throw some fighters at that, and chase all that stuff off. And that all made sense. I don't think they pre-planned for it, because the carriers weren't in position. The fighters weren't in position. So
that's why I think that we surprised them on that side too.
Yeah, I think so.
And we hadn't really done that at any kind of larger level at any point in this war. Right? Neither side has really tried to trap somebody real effectively anyway,
Right. The second thing that I think about, if this is basically NC Dot saying we're going home, recon following them, we assume Pandemic Legion is not far behind, but they haven't said anything publicly yet. or privately.
They left first in the middle of that battle. They jumped
right
out.
now.
Go ahead, Chen.
Pro God Town Hall right now.
ProGod's talking right now?
Yeah, it's on YouTube. It's a premiere video, I think. Live right now.
Can you get us a link or anything?
Yeah, it's in Twitch chat.
Twitch chat? Put it in podcast if you have it. We'll try to go live as soon as we can to ProGod.
Yeah, I just put it in podcast.
Oh, okay, good. Here it is.
Cool.
There's been a lot of debate about whether it's a good game mechanic or not. High-sec citadels in general are probably not a great idea. I've never been a big fan of them, and that's definitely a debate to be had. And I don't think if CCP had come out and said, we've evaluated this, we've talked about it, this is something we're going to consider getting rid of, anyone who was a part of the TTT wouldn't have really thought that much of it. But to do it like that instantaneously with no notice was pretty gut-wrenching. So to go through that the past 2 or 3 weeks, just from, whether we're going to go for it, fuck it, let's go for it. And then, here's a plan that we're going to use that relies on certain aspects. Here's the pull, let's see if you can.
Yep, we got it.
It was just pretty brutal. So, we talked about whether we are going to go through it or not. Anyway, we decided probably not. We decided today would basically be like a numbers check thing. And with the idea that it was most likely, going to be our last battle here. And then after the battle, we were going to make an announcement. I did fuck up and miscommunicated some of these Keepstar unanchors. I'm trying to be clever, but it is what it is. So going forward, over the next couple of weeks, we're going to start our withdrawal from Aquarius Imperium bases.
There it is.
There's going to be a lot of fighting still. We kind of have to fight our way out here. We're still in a pretty good spot. We've still got numbers because everyone will be picking up their stuff. We should have pretty solid, numbers here to fight with. We're going to need people's combat assets to stay in place.
Invasion is over. ProGod talks about extracting
Eagles,
legacy.
Feroxes, Retributions, the Harpies. That's going to be the main go-tos. All of your capital, combat capital, Supers, Titans, Carriers, Dreads, Facts, they all need to stay in place for the moment. The priority for the next 2 weeks is going to be getting non-combat assets out and unanchoring any structures that we can. We don't expect to get all of them. We'll get some, possibly. We'll do what we can. But we're going to focus clearly on non-combat assets. So what we'll be doing here soon is we'll be spinning up a Titan bridging freighter train. We'll be readjusting freight that please ignore, so they'll point to Ignoitin. And then we will have a variety of non-combat movement fleets. Combat assets need to stay in place. So if you've got quite a few capitals,
all right, we'll turn that down and get back to our town hall coverage of the end of the invasion and the war. Maybe not the end of the war. Maybe the Imperium continues the war, but it flips over as the empire that condensed itself into one constellation fights its way out, overrunning the groups that were attacking them that are breaking and running, essentially. All right. So we're back to coverage here. If you guys are still listening to ProGod, that's fine. It sounds like the big announcement is that the Imperium, that the legacy is withdrawing. Now, they can't withdraw. This was where they were going to live, so they are going to be essentially, this is retreating. But to where, we don't know.
That's also the aspect of getting all of their stuff out, which is going to be hotly contested for the next 2 weeks because it takes a long time to get Keepstars down.
Not only just for the next 2 weeks, there's going to be a big call, as with any conquering, even on the other side of the galaxy, with Razor, we still get old fraternity pilots logging in capitals that were undocked or they were sat in the ship. I'm assuming pretty much that with test withdrawing, Imperium are not going to leave the T5 Keepstar up, and I don't think it'll be possible to unanchor this. So any pilot that's sat in his Super Titan, or even their pods in the station, are at risk.
If they want to sell that Keepstar, I think Domanark, I'd be willing to
in the market. Is Bastion in the market for Keepstar?
Well, they got to get through us. We're in Esoteria now. It's gonna be tough. There's 8 of us out there.
I think you're just outside of
I'm in Esoteria too.
I think you're just outside of Esoteria.
Hey, we're still there.
I'm there too.
Own anything, but we're still there.
Just because you go on hikes in Esoteria doesn't mean you're there.
Hey, I'm
sorry.
Okay.
No, but
we
you
resemble those remarks.
You
right.
you are very close to the theater, so they would have to go through you. Yeah.
No, we're not even going to try. Stop. That'd be ridiculous.
Wait, so it sounds like they're moving to low sec though. It says Imerlin, right?
This would not be the first time Test has been defeated and moved to low sec. We're looking at, as you can see, we are looking at the EVE discussion channel inside of Talking in Stations now. Essentially visual fireworks going off as people begin to celebrate. This is maybe where Lady Scarlet made the announcement. She said, I have to say, NC is done with the war and we will be going home. Big heart. Been fun watching this room. Smiley face. And that's what went out earlier.
To be honest, I'm just happy the war's over. No matter
it's not over.
Well,
depends on when you mark. The invasion is over. The invasion of Delve is over as the groups invading are withdrawing.
Yeah, well,
I don't know if the war is over.
I think PGL was correct though. There's gonna be a lot of fighting over the next few weeks.
Yeah, well, it's gonna release where like beforehand, it was a question of can we make it? Do we have the chance to make it? And what are we gonna do if we don't? What is gonna happen if we do? Right now, that relief is gone. It's basically we know what's gonna happen for sure. So it's kind of a stone being dropped.
What do you?
I did not expect it in this way, and I'm not disappointed, but I don't know.
But you kind of are.
It sucks that he made that mistake with the Keepstars, right? Because it just made it look real bad. I don't know.
What was the mistake with the Keepstars?
He must have. It looks like they started unanchoring him early, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. He referenced that he had made some mistake. He was trying to be cute or something. I don't know what that meant.
I wonder if they started unanchoring him before he told his allies that they were going to do it.
HippoJax, we're going to give him a role of Luminary. He's been an amazing.
He's been a great target.
Yeah, he's Sulley's favorite rival. So he's now a Luminary inside of TIS, and he's titled as World War Flea, which is very funny.
HippoJax was great because both myself and Elise or CCP Swift now both of them saw on the battlefield were like, oh no, not again. And then it was the second Titan and the third. And the next day it was him and the Dreadnought.
Yeah. So I think, Shen, you were on Army of Mango. That's the legacy side. And you said it sounded like you had some relief that the war is over.
Yeah. Well, since the announcement that there were going to be a final push, and they just either make it or break it, or just make it.
Again, get close to the mic because you're on. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. So, I mean, for the past, I would say, last few days, I was kind of thinking a lot of what's going to happen, to be honest, as a PAPI member or just a legacy member. Because PenFam, they have their home is far from Delve. I don't think Imperium has any plan in the near future to push a horde out of their space, but legacy is right in front of their doorstep. So I think, like a lot of people said, Test is next. Well, Test is right now, but what about other legacy groups, right? So it was kind of a worrying time period for us. What's going to happen for the next month? But right now we know that what's going to happen, and we lost. Well, it's a good thing that we know what's the outcome and try to plan for that, because we were kind of started planning on what's going to happen. but we don't know which way to go before that.
What's this mean for Mangoes and Frat then? You guys go back
We
to
have no
fighting?
idea. We have no idea. Well, like we got the news right now, and then most of the Frat and AOM people is there midnight or early in the morning, like 4 o'clock or something like that. So yeah, I think we'll get an alliance meeting in the next few days. I think to address this. Just what?
Yeah. All right. So
Well, it was fun fighting you guys out there, Mangoes. You guys, it was a good fight between us, I think. I had fun out there.
Yeah. I mean,
There's always good fights to be had.
Yeah, the problem is like time zone difference, so we didn't really get a lot of fights with Bastion and us.
It did seem like it was like the end of each of us. Yeah, like the drags will be around and you'd get us, and then we get you just a few here and there.
Yeah. I mean, Bastion. Yeah, so we didn't have a lot of fighting. It's just us reinforcing the TCUs and the iHubs and PAPI to follow up those iHubs.
Well, it seems to me that if we go back to the beginning of the war and we look at the whole thing as a whole, that probably the major turning points, and there were some very interesting fights. Some of them were small turning points, but the biggest one that we can see is M2 probably. Because I don't know if the psyche of PAPI recovered from the idea of a devastating loss. And then when you get financial restrictions that make a loss more painful, because capital ships take so much more to build now than they did when M2 happened, and you have your tax base kind of taken out, that psyche took even more weight, that a big loss would be catastrophic to each individual player because the group couldn't SRP your ship. That's a ship replacement program. They couldn't give back your ship if you lost it. So why would you risk your personal big investment on this war? How much buy-in do you really have? I think that has to be part of it. But
yeah, I feel like that's just the last straw to bring the camel's back. To be honest.
I thought that they recovered well from that, from the M2 or M1.
Well, they did,
M2.
but that was before. But they couldn't recover from that again. So if
financially,
So if you're going in, and you're going in with your asset that you've worked for months to have, like a super capital, it just seems like if you don't have some assurances that's going to be able to be given back to you, I'm not sure you're going to risk it, but I don't know. I could be overstating that. It's hard for me to say. I'm saying go in there and fight. And risk these big ships. Let's see some massive destruction. Let's see a lot of those Titans disappear. It's easy for me to say that because I'm not in that war. But if you own a Titan, for instance, or a super capital, you may not want to lose it.
No, I agree. Yeah. All I know is I got to fire my Doomsday before the war was over. Granted, it was at one of my own people's freighters, but I don't care.
Shot your own guy.
Yeah, we might have been drunk. We decided we were going to kill some freighters and Titans.
Well, Sulley, you and I have been through a full year of doing live coverage.
Mm-hmm.
What's this like for you? Are you like, whew?
I'm sad. Yeah. I'm not going to get to see more things die to my Titans.
You're a very unusual cameraman, and you're flying a Komodo and doing camera for TIS at the same time in these fights, which are not guaranteed.
Yeah. We've had record-breaking fights, and we've had first for TIS. I said I had my avatar on stream, Doomsday, with Elise, and we did a 14-hour stream.
Oh, for damn!
And then we was like, okay, there's another one in 2 days, so we finished the stream. Slept, me and Elise, and we were going to different. Like I went to the shop, get some energy drinks ready for the next one, and the next one was a big flop. It's like there's been some insane streams and fights here, and it has been great fun over the last year.
Yeah, this war I think delivered. This ending doesn't deliver, unfortunately, but the war was amazing because we saw some really high level FCing and game playing. We saw some really nice mid fights. There was one that we recorded. It was just about an hour long, but it was so beautiful to watch. You could just see
great strategery.
Yeah, if you want to say
it
that.
has been. There's been good plans. Some of them didn't work, but most of them did.
Yeah, there's been some interesting stuff. Yeah, absolutely. And then we saw like a lot of destruction. I don't think any war comes close to this.
No, it's got to be a record-breaking amount of destruction from PAPI. It can't even be close to the number 2, right? They destroyed 3 regions worth of crap. I mean, and all the fleets that would go with that. That's impressive. You can't take things away from people that they actually did.
Yeah. All right. Swarthy says something here in chat. And what do you guys think? He says, Matterall, what do you mean this ending doesn't deliver? The good guys, he says an expletive, the good guys held off the entire galaxy. Oh.
We did. Yeah.
Well, welcome
there
to...
was a good defense.
Yeah.
But what the thing Matt was saying is there's no... Like the M2 fight, that would have been, after the M2 fight, if that was withdraw then, it would have been an understandable one. There's no in-game event that has led to this fall or this withdrawal. There's not been a massive loss. The last of days, upwards of 300 billion total. That's nothing compared to the battles that have had in this war many, many times. So there's not an in-game really impact that's caused it. It's a withdrawal of time, of real life in the way, and there's not a finishing battle.
I think that's why this feels... Okay, so the worst case scenario is that 2 big groups show up and a server melts down, and you just don't have a game that can support the kind of combat that people want to see. And that is the worst case scenario. And we did see that. But this is not necessarily a great scenario either, where really the game has atrophied people, at least in nullsec, that you have so few returning for this. Even Imperium is 50% their power. They must have had 5,000 people, 6,000 people for M2, let's say, and they have something like 3,500. But PAPI's even worse, with PAPI having 1,000, or I keep saying 1,000, but I think it was more than that. I think they had like 2,000, but still down from 6,000. That's not how a war should end. It should end with more people involved, with more interest. That's why this feels like it's a fizzle. Great for the Imperium. They survived by piling into one system. If that's how you win a war, by piling in and defending yourselves, then that's great. But I think that would be more interesting if a siege was actually possible in EVE in a way that was more interesting. But it feels like it wasn't. And maybe also
more interesting to watch. This was a
report
siege,
on,
by all definitions, a siege. But you're right; it's not that fun to watch, or it's not exciting because it's a siege, right?
Yeah.
That's just what sieges are.
It's not even good storytelling. Like, you can't even say like, this is really interesting. They're using jump freighters to do this or that or the other.
I was just going to say that it's not a very effective siege because you can't cut off all methods of movement of materials, right? It's just not possible in this game to do that. Yeah.
Right. Which tells you also something about the state of the game and the stockpiles. These guys are all going home. Yeah. All these guys are going home with, first of all, the Imperium has a lot of stuff, we assume, at least money. And then these guys are going home with their selves intact. They didn't risk anything. They didn't put it on the table. They didn't put supers on the field. They didn't lose anything. They're going home with all that power.
Who is?
PAPI forces. I'm going to have to mute you if you come in with noise. Yeah. And they're going home with that. So it feels to me like a status quo, like we're still going to have those stockpiles of basically super capital ships. That's the main one.
Yeah, the big thing will be,
I think,
over this war, there has been bloodshed on both sides. But if you remove a large amount of the structures from the war, keeping in the keep stars where there was fights over, in terms of actual conflicts, I'm betting this war is going to be pretty even. Not a huge disparity. A large chunk of the destroyed in this war is in the structures that are expendable. The Athenors that are on moons, the random Astra houses in places, things like that. But they say both groups still have huge supercapital troves and war chests. So
Yeah.
The most disappointing part of this war, by far, and like it is driven entirely by the sheer stockpiles that were developed during Farms and Fields, and I think highlights how badly those things impacted the balance of the game. Even M2, the largest super capital fight, ever, right? Compare that to what was the previous big one, BTAC-R, right? BTAC-R, one side lost, and they had to retreat and go build new supers. The only thing that happened after M2 was everybody sat down and took the extra Titan hull they had sitting in a hangar and got in it. And so all the sides are leaving this war with their super fleet capability fully intact. Nothing's been touched. Yeah, they can't whelp the entire thing again, but that should never be the case in the first. That should never have been something they could do in the first case.
Right. And to me, that is one of the reasons, like, again, I didn't care who won this war. I wanted to see a lot of combat, a lot of destruction to kind of level the playing field for people who are coming into the game that are newer, so they don't have to catch up to such a legacy wealth. And this was hopefully going to be something that could do a little something to kind of level the playing field. But people are saying, nope, not going to risk that. We're going home. And same thing with Imperium saying, nope, we're going to let you just take that. We're not going to use them. We're going to put them into one citadel, and you'll have to come and get us.
But when you're on the defense, that's the right move.
That is the right move, yeah.
So here's the thing. I care who won the war. I did care. I wanted my side to win. I did not want the legacy money people to lose their money because I'm one of them now, goddammit. But in all seriousness, I think we'll see capital fights coming up because they got to move them. That they're going to be vulnerable. They're going to be out there in space.
No, they're not.
This is going to be the time we might. What?
So even moving to keep stars, there are points in which capitals are still vulnerable.
Yeah.
And then so you press the PDS and they don't die. There's no point at which you lose a super cap jumping keep star to keep star if you have any brain cells whatsoever.
Well, unless you pull them all down first.
And you have 60 seconds to click the dock button.
Do you remember the beginning of the war with all the capital moves? There were several. I mean, there weren't huge M2 fights, but there were several fights that ended in the loss of some capitals. It's going to happen again. Maybe we'll all get lucky and it'll be a big slugfest. It'll happen.
Moving
it could
down
still
the
happen.
keep star chain.
So I'd like to
because people make mistakes.
There are keep stars in the chain of which currently do not have cores.
Really? Oh.
Mm-hmm.
That's not tethering.
There have been supers that have been dying to them because they
don't need tether. You just click dock.
Yes.
But people make mistakes. That's where these fights usually come from. Somebody makes a mistake, and then the other side capitalizes on it. Then the other side tries to help them, and it goes back and forth. That's usually how these all happen. So you can't tell me that in a withdrawal, somebody's not going to make a mistake somewhere.
The thing is, the kind of mistakes you're talking about are a person loses a Titan.
Yeah.
And that doesn't actually mean anything when you're talking about 300 Titan fleets.
A person makes a mistake in a Titan, it escalates quickly.
No, it doesn't. There's nobody in range of those keep stars to do anything about it.
Every single big Titan fight has been that.
I wonder.
Made a mistake and escalated quickly.
You said M2 literally wasn't that.
Hold on, Ray.
That was not.
Let me untangle you. Let me untangle you and ask a question here, Domanark from Bastion. In this case, do you think there will be the same kind of reaction as normal when a Titan gets trapped, or is this a herd running away from lions? Basically, are they going to leave one behind?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that. I don't think so. We wouldn't.
I like your lion noise. Okay.
If anything, if history is able to teach us anything, some of the largest fights that we had years ago, one comes to mind is the Battle of Asakai, was made from one mistake. And people just...
One person, one mistake. Yep.
One person made one mistake and everyone tried to save it.
This is Sulley.
There's been 3 fights like that. Right?
Sulley from Razor. Go ahead, Dom.
There's been 3 fights like that Sully's talking about. 3 of them. That were one person made a mistake and everyone piled, somebody went to help them. We're going to get those guys because they're helping them. Then they got, we got to counter that. Got to counter this, counter that. We ended up with a 24-hour fight. It can happen. And in the next 2 weeks is our window for that to happen. I'm not saying it's gonna, but it's a possibility.
Mhm.
If
And
goons
someone
want to
made a
try and
good point.
escalate with
That
supers
gonna
on
be
an unanchoring
disappointed.
keep star, maybe. But I don't think they're going to do that. And I don't think that there's... I'm not going to say I don't think. I'm very certain that moving down a keep star chain, at no point is that activity going to instigate a large fight.
All right. Redline, you were trying to get in there?
Oh yeah, I just said if anybody's expecting there to be like some sort of big capital fight, I think that person's going to be disappointed.
I probably
At
will
the
be,
end of
but
the
it still
day.
can happen.
But Dom, don't worry, dude.
We're the
soon
cause of the end of the war. You know that, right? Did you hear that?
Bastion
Who,
was the
us?
first domino to
No,
be...
TTT.
Oh.
Cause of the end of the
Hell
war.
yeah. Hell yeah, dude. TTT, Saviors of Nullsec. That's what you can call us from now on. We're
Yep.
here for you to save your EVE gameplay.
For those wondering about capital fights, I can guarantee at some point I'm just going to whoop one of my capitals because I can't be bothered moving it. I'm going to ensure it and jump through the gate one day.
I just think it's naive to think that there aren't going to be people out there watching and waiting for the,
Mhm.
you know, once somebody get separated from the herd. Oh shit, I'm drunk. I didn't pay attention. Did you say jump? Did you say warp?
Man, I
Oh
I
shit.
mean,
I think they're just dead, though. I think they're just dead.
when you consider
I don't
groups
know.
like
What if it's somebody they like?
NC Dot are going back home to Dronans. That's not a short move. Even for me to take my Titans home was like 6-7 hours, and they're
Yep,
going
it's a
twice as
4-hour move.
far.
Yeah, we have a question.
Fatigue sets in
Go ahead.
quickly.
All right, we have a question from the chatting audience. What is the TTT? What did it do? Dom, you
Well,
were
it's
talking
Trash
about
Talk Tuesday, and we just we broke people's morale.
That is true. That is.
I
That is very
know-
true.
I thought you were talking about the Tranquility Trade Tower,
Oh,
not
that's right.
Trash
That's what we're
Talk
talking
Tuesday.
about. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
No, we were
Or-
talking, it was Trash Talk Tuesday. Are you kidding me? That's what it was,
Ward in
man.
their
Yeah.
in their withdrawal thing mentioned that them reducing TTT's tax was one of the reasons that they had to do or die because they're running out of money now or something like that.
So, for those that are unaware, CCP have done a change for the taxation of player-owned citadels. Previously, it was a tax benefit to being in the Tranquility Trading Cattle, which is a citadel in Perimeter. Now, with the new taxation changes, it is not beneficial to be in a citadel over G4 station.
And
So
it's a significant
gone.
difference, correct? Right.
I believe it is about
not really.
1%.
Yeah,
Yes,
so
the difference to taxes is small, but with the volume of things
That's- yeah,
being
that's what I was getting
traded
at.
there, it makes it massive.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
no, the
yeah, so
TTT was not
just
what
for the
ended the war.
numbers.
Trash Talk Tuesday did it because we had all the sinners guys,
Hold
the
on.
traitor
We're going to go
squad.
there, Redline. But hold on. Let's finish.
No, I want to go there now.
We'll get there. We'll
Okay,
get there.
fine,
But
fine.
Shen, you wanted to explain how much money was going through the Tranquility Trade Tower?
yeah, I was going to explain how the tax works. So with so in NBC station, with accounting to level 5, your tax rate is 2.5% with no standing. So with standing, you can get that down to I think 1 point something, or something around 1%. But with TET, if you go there, the tax rate I think straight up 1% with what it has set. So therefore, it's much cheaper to sell at TTT than to sell at a normal NBC station without any standing. But right now, when they cut the accounting fee or the tax to half, right? So right now it's 1.125%. So therefore, if you have accounting to level 5, you have some sort of standing with Qatari Navy, then there's a high chance that it's going to drop below 1%, which makes it more efficient to sell in NBC stations than to sell in the TTT. Right, I think the lowest you
Right.
can get is 0.8 something.
Got it. And so the net result was that income that was coming into Horde and coming into test dried up overnight. But also Imperium had they said 20% publicly. I don't know if it was 20% or a bit more. That's the serious answer, that basically the income that they had coming from high sec taxes was vaporized overnight. But what's the other TTT, Redline? You were about to say, what do you think turned this war?
Well, I think what really turned this war is the straight morale hit to the entirety of PAPI when they found out that everybody, well, not everybody, all the people at the top of the food chain in PAPI were just spineless, and they didn't want to fight. They didn't want to do anything.
Well, be fair,
and they had
Red.
already
Start at
given
the
up
beginning.
on the war. Well, they found this out because there was a corporation with the Northern Coalition
That
called
you're
Original
in.
Sinners.
That you're in, yeah.
That I'm in.
Uh-huh.
Yep. So this is bias speak.
No,
Just so you know.
but just so people know that you
Fair.
know
was
what
all-
you're talking about.
Former
There was
members of
also
Bastion.
another one.
Just
There was
throw that
also
out there.
another one called the Criterion. They were there too. Don't forget Criterion. But we left NC, and we were trying to leave NC, and in fact, we were kicked instead. And everybody was told that we would be branded as traitors because we decided that we didn't want to continue fighting the war.
Just regular
So-
traders or a specific kind of trader?
For
Treasonous traitors.
Treasonous. No, it was something. It was worse than that. I can't remember what it was now.
I don't know. It was some sort of like, I forget what it said. It's been so long, like almost a month.
He didn't say
It's-
traitor, he said treacherous or something, but yeah. Or treasonous. He said treasonous.
Treasonous.
I'll
yes.
find it, but yeah.
So that's what we were branded. We were all branded as traitors to the realm of Vince Draken. And then we had Bob. We had a brother Bob, by the way, another FC and Original Sinners. We had a bunch of people from the Corp on Trash Talk Tuesday, the terrible Tuesday show about Eve that no one should watch tomorrow.
Not
at
so
0100.
not so terrible. Oh, I stepped on
it
your
will
plug.
not.
I'm sorry. Do it again. I stepped on your
Let me
plug.
do it
Go ahead.
again. The terrible Eve Talk show that no one should watch tomorrow at 0100 Eve because it will not be spicy and it will not have people gloating about anything at all, I promise. Anyways, so we had everybody on.
1 second. Hateless, nice one with the raid, dude. Welcome along.
Yeah, thanks, Hateless.
So we had everybody on and we exposed everything. We dropped leaks, we dropped whatever we could, and made sure that everybody knew that this whole thing was just a paper tiger and that all it took was a lighter, swaying to the soothing sounds of Freebird, and it would go up in smoke. And
I was
wouldn't you
there
know
to
it,
offer all the truth, only truth, nothing but the truth.
and wouldn't you know it, here it is going up in smoke. So now we're all getting in-game medals, right? That are the saviors of nullsec because we've saved nullsec from itself. And also, there's talk that tomorrow might actually be the last episode of TTT ever.
What?
So-
What?
No one's fighting anymore. Nothing to argue about.
Is that
There's
true or are
always
you?
stuff to argue.
There's talk. All right, that's all
Okay.
I'll say. There's talk. It's certainly not a way to get people to watch, to get more viewers on to see the potential last episode
like
of the show
a
ever.
final-
it's not that.
Is that a final push?
No,
I was
no.
about to say, so-
It's the final push.
It can't be
Yeah.
the final. So you didn't give us a 1 week announcement before it.
See,
Redline
it's the
had a
final
really
push.
great plug as well, and
So-
you just got stood all over by Matterall. That plug was
Don't
weird. That's like,
Final push. That's beautiful.
I'm
See,
So
see
it's
what
the-
this
it's
what this
the-
actually is that during that episode they're gonna announce that the next episode is actually the last one.
Go
But
ahead,
then
Redline.
it'll just be that this episode. So what it'll actually be is we'll announce that it's the last episode, and then it'll be 5 minutes of stream, and then we'll cut it out once everybody leaves the Discord. Like all the higher ups leave the Discord, so that we can't see the fallout.
nah, it'll be a never-ending unanchoring keepstar of a final show.
I'm sorry.
Anyways,
I've been stepping all over Redline's lines. What did I mess him up on, Sully?
On this
Oh, the
plug,
plug.
he had a brilliant plug set up, and I just laughed when you.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm out of the way. Go ahead, Redline. You go.
no, I already did. I already did the plug.
What was the name of the
Remember
medal we're getting?
You told me to redo it. Well, you're not getting it because you're
I'm
not.
making one right now. Damn it. I'm giving it to myself.
Once I have it, I'll let you know, and you can just copy
We're gonna make
it
real ones
from,
and send them to
from
people.
mine. So,
So
let-
basically, one second. You're saying what's the next episode with the box of tissues, right? Basically.
yeah. Well, no. Yes. Tissues. If you're PAPI, you can cry, and if you're goons, you can have the tissues.
Can you get a tissue person to say that?
Tissue being a corporation or alliance, actually, in the game.
But
Go ahead.
catch me up. So I heard that Horde and NC and PL are getting new roommates. Is this true?
Gobbins has refused to comment on this yet. All that he has said is that he's waiting for Test to let their people know more before he will make a comment on it. But from what I have been told, is that Test announced that they are moving to Dronelands now.
Oh, wow.
I
That would be
know.
interesting.
NC and
So-
That is
Rova
new.
heading back that way.
So we're gonna have a reverse blue donut.
Well, this will be Serenity, right, Shen?
I doubt that.
No.
I don't think so. At least from right now, So Goose has been hit hard. Don't overlook that. Like, they
Yeah,
lost
it's true.
3 regions, even though they lose the war. Even though they win the war at the end, they still lost that all 3 regions, right? So they've been hit, but they do have the potential to win back all those lands and maybe make the miracle of Duff again, right? That we have seen that once. It's possible they can do it a second time.
I do feel like the goons are going to come rocketing out of this, and we're going to see like massive swaths of land swap over to the goons after this.
I think so.
So
Yeah, and
I don't think that's true at all. I think that if anything, this war has proven that you can absolutely still put a ton of people in one location and be completely defensible. And you don't actually need your null security space to make money. So and it was released through the TTT agreement, not the good talk show, the actual Keepstar, that that the goons make they get 20% of their 20% of the cut of the TTT, not 20% of their income, but 20% of the cut of the TTT is getting. And not only that, but they've got tons of high sec characters that they use. Before all the scarcity stuff came down, they were already in high sec and low sec making money, so they don't even need the null sec region. So at the very least, you might see goons will probably take back all of Delve. TBD on if they actually go all the way to drones. They didn't want to do it last time they had the chance, so I don't know if they're going to now. But they'll get back Delve, probably leave everything else to rot. Maybe in it takes Fountain, but I think saying that this is Serenity, like even close to Serenity, is disingenuous thing I've ever heard.
Well, no, I mean, it follows a pattern. If Imperium, now unstoppable, let's say, runs the board, takes out their enemies, which is something they're known to do, that is what happened on... I mean, this is the reverse situation of the war, but there was a big collision between multiple alliances and one alliance. The multiple alliances lost on Serenity, and one alliance ran the board and owned the entire systems, all the systems.
I feel like
it's a situation.
I feel like if it's the one alliance that won, it's definitely going to be like Frat coming out of this.
I don't think so.
I don't think so
And
either.
Wait.
Let's let Murray chime in, since he's somebody who's fought Fraternity up north recently.
Fraternity is real sick in China time zone. They got a ton of people.
Sick is good.
Even if goons tried to hit Frat like head on, Frat would not need that much support in order to make it so that they could stonewall goons in AUTZ China time zone. That is the vast majority of their strength. But Fraternity can't do a Serenity, which I think Xiao actually talked about this on the show previously. But the reason that Serenity works as Serenity is because it's one time zone. Everybody plays in one time zone. There is no hiding in other areas. Whereas you look at Frat's great in the AUTZ, which is good for them defensively in that situation, but offensively in other time zones, they struggle. They can't beat Volta, and Volta is far smaller than them, because Volta is in EUTZ, very concentrated in EUTZ, and that's Frat's weakest time zone.
Right,
I think, like, long term, you're probably going to see goons with their little corner in the south, and PanFam with their corner in the north, and neither of them will ever be able to touch each other because goons can outnumber them in EU if necessary, and if goons, despite being bigger, tried to push north, the PanFam group could stonewall them by sitting everything in AUTZ.
More news. So Tess is extracting from Esoteria as well, so they have some asset left here. I just saw a fax signed out.
Wait, one fax leaving Esoteria. That doesn't sound... I mean,
well, a lot of capital. I've seen a lot of capitals jumping out as well beforehand. So
he didn't mention the fact that my alt just logged in. Now
I mean, do you have like an official document or anything, Shen?
What, like they're living or what?
Well, any instructions or anything?
Invitation.
Well, let's just say all the AOM leadership, they're sleeping right now, so I haven't get any instruction of anything. But I've seen, I just saw a test signed out.
What
time? I think this is final activation.
What time is it for you?
Well, for me, it's like 6 in the afternoon.
Oh,
but
right.
for them, it's like 6 in the morning.
Got it. Okay.
Right, for people in China, right? So,
My
so
bad,
they
but
are leaving as well. Yeah,
that makes total sense. Esoteria is really close to period basis and Delve, really. So I don't think there's any resistance.
I mean, Bastion pretty much all but controls.
Yeah,
the
totally.
at this point anyway.
yeah.
Well, not.
I feel like what's going to happen if Imperium is going to roll over, Bastion is going to take over Esoteria and Paragon. So
No way in hell. If I have
Yeah.
anything to say, but we're not taking Esoteria.
who
That's a hard.
knows,
That's a
right?
hard area to defend. I'm telling you, that's not a good one.
Well, like I think the rule has reversed right now. Like beforehand, it was us defending, and it's going to be Bastion defending us. Maybe, who knows?
Just be nice. We were nice to you. Be nice to us.
Yeah. I hope you can be nice to us again. You know.
We will definitely still be nice to you.
Yeah. I mean, one thing though is like I would love to see Goons hitting Frat next. That would be the best thing to happen. You
Yeah,
know?
that's because you're having a fight with Frat and you're afraid of them. So that's a fair
Right.
point to make.
Yeah,
I mean,
that fight never ends.
you would like to see Fraternity occupied with something else so that they don't have you on their menu, basically. I get that's the joke.
I mean, they're
there.
occupied with enough right now, but
Yeah.
if anything, I think Fry is an alliance that came out the strongest out of the war, right? So they haven't been hit that much. They've been growing a lot during the war. So yeah.
One of the few groups that
Maybe-
were like really still crabbing during the war.
Yeah, maybe Frat is next, you know? Keep on that phrase.
That was such a good proper job, dude.
There's I'm going to read some comments from chat here to you guys, you expert EVE players here, and we can talk about answering their questions here. So this one that came in, I lost it. Where was it? But basically they were saying communication was bad between PAPI. No wonder you lost the war. I'll try to cite that name. But what do you guys think of that?
And that
I
was
agree.
I would
Yeah,
agree as well.
Because we got to notice that we're going to start the final push like a week ago, and now saying they're retreating, right? And I think we got a lot of pings and things about it. It's like, we're not going to go away. This is going to be like the final push is either make it or break it. And now they're quitting. That wasn't an option before that presented to us.
Yeah.
So
So
my answer on that matter all.
one question. Let me hold on. You're next. But I just want to cite that it was Motomaniac88 that said, the way you communicate to each other here explains the failure of the war. So go ahead.
But you asked about the winning of the war. I honestly believe both sides can claim victory, even after today. The amount of destruction PAPI side inflicted on us, record-breaking, crazy amount of destruction. They kicked us out of everywhere but one constellation. The fact that they couldn't take that constellation means that we can claim victory also, right? I mean, both sides. Both sides can claim victory. I'm sorry, they really can, and both sides are right.
Play devil's avocado here for a second. Dom, just to say, so Imperium claiming victory is like someone, like you're riding a bike, you're in a bike race, and somebody's bike falls apart, but you can still ride your bike, so you win the race. Like that's kind of what's happened.
But that person can't claim victory.
Correct. But
if that person goes across the victory line.
But is your victory really like, yeah, we won, or yeah, that other guy lost?
I still have my Titan. Yeah, we won. Fuck yeah.
I don't know.
Winning
Maybe
is
it's just a difference of
I'm not saying that PAPI can't say that they won too. I believe that they actually come out of this war. They should be pretty proud of what they did. They did a lot. Something that, well, I guess another group did it once before too. But to do what they did to us at this point, at the strength that we were at when it started, it's pretty impressive. I don't think that they should be sad about all their achievements. Could they take one DQ? No, of course not. I live there. It's not going to happen. So, but they shouldn't be down on themselves about that.
Yeah. This is Domanark from the Bastion talking. I think that's a very, very valid point. I don't think it's probably the right time for me to say that. I agree with you, Domanark, but to make that case right now at this moment when people are celebrating the end of the war, for me would be a catastrophe. But I'm going to say +1 to what you're saying, because I think in the long run, when we look back at this, it was a massive compression effort of a lot of structures and territory collapsing down into one supernova, basically. And I think if you're in PAPI, you could say, yeah, that was a bit of a dunk. We couldn't finish this thing, and they still have a super capital fleet. Other than that, we did what we did. But super capital fleet's a big deal.
It is a big deal. And that's why I'd say we can claim victory too. They didn't defeat us. We're still here. We still have our home, our staging system. So, we can claim victory too, and rightfully so. They retreated. We didn't. Well, that's not true. We retreated a lot. So, there you go.
But you advanced a lot. Bastion did some advancing too. Go ahead, Abbie.
So yeah, I was just going to say, this kind of reminds me of, I said it before, like the Vietnam War, where like, if you watch the movies, like America won every battle, but ended up losing the war. I think it's kind of a reverse. Like the Imperium lost all the battles. They lost their 3 regions. They got condensed down into one constellation, but they could still claim and come away being victors and claiming they won the war, right?
Lost most of the battles. We won a couple of them.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
This war is not over. The Imperium can still attack. This is a turning point, but it is by no means over.
That's an interesting distinction. What would you guys say to that? Is the war over? Does this mark a turning point in a war, or is this the end of a war? And is there a new revenge war that's happening?
I would rather call it that second thing. I really believe, because if it's Test is next, well, then we're not attacking all the same people, right? We're attacking Test. It's a new war. But I don't know. It could go either way. You could call it either way.
Yeah, I think you'd probably want to call it a new war, right? Because most likely it's going to be the Reconquista or whatever they're calling it, right? They're going to clean up Delve and Founding again, probably.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense now. Retaking your precious Spain.
I think they can call it whatever they want to, because as we've learned, it doesn't matter what you call a war as long as it's being fought. But I do not think that we're going to see a war that has the scale of destruction that this one did for a long time. And I'm talking like structures, ships. Like we didn't normally see trillionist battle reports, but we saw 4 of them back to back over the course of a week. This whole thing was insane.
Can I ask a serious question?
On it.
Given with inflation, does it adjusted for inflation? Or do any of the wars in the past come anywhere close to equaling this? If it's adjusted for inflation, does anybody know?
You have to compare many factors. You have to compare accrued wealth as well, and
that's what I'm getting at.
To actually remake money. So back then, I would say they were bigger than this is, because people sacrificed more, they earned less. They didn't have a period of abundance that they could pretty much fill their coffers with. So yeah, in the past it was way bigger and worse.
Sorry, we're going to go to Brave now for a minute. They're having a meeting.
Operate and manage movement of assets as
this is Dunk Dinkle.
Brave needs to take a different path going forward. A year of tie-dye fights and war drama is not in line with our real goals. This game is supposed to be fun. For those that stick with Brave, I intend to push us into a new path that is less focused on politics and more focused on ships exploding. But for now, our focus must be on getting as much out. The PAPI coalition will stay intact during the withdrawal, but at some point the coalition will dissolve and we will have to deal with a new world order in EVE that is yet to be determined. It's too early to know exactly how that will look, but Brave will have to carve out a new space to rebuild. We have been through worse, and we will get through this. Again, there will be some that don't want to go through this rebuilding and want to do something different. Do not judge anyone that wants that. I have said before that we should be magnanimous in victory and humble in defeat. Now is the time for us to be humble in defeat. Do not try and spin or make excuses. Do not make snarky comments in local chat. Do not go onto the interwebs and bad post. We can encourage each other, but please refrain from trying to pretend this is not a significant loss. The Imperium has held firm and earned the right to smug. Respect that. Trying to make excuses or spin is simply counterproductive and not brave. I ask you to stay classy. There are more details coming out soon for our next plans and exactly what to do. For now, take stock of what you have and start thinking about what is important that you want to focus on getting safe. There are better days ahead, but for now, there's nothing but hard work to be done. Again, I am proud of you all for sticking with Brave during the war and apologize again for the situation we're in now. I'll try to answer any questions you have.
Brave, moving to a question and answer period. That was Dunk Dinkle.
If you have any questions you'd like to type in the chat in the game, go ahead and put it below the line in the fleet under Dunk Dinkle.
All right.
If something you'd like to say in chat, put an X and we'll give you a chance to unmute and
just some Q&A.
Something.
We're going to go back to Talking in Stations, the group that we have there. All right, we're back at Talking in Stations. You guys are live again. We just heard Dunk Dinkle basically say, be humble in defeat, but very clearly he states this is a defeat, and he gave some indications that PAPI is still together, but they are moving, well, some of them, and they are going to be moving apart shortly after the withdrawal.
So, like, I wonder who's going to be last out.
That's going to be an interesting race.
I don't know.
Yeah, Oh, sorry, Shen, I cut you off.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know. This is kind of... I can imagine a lot of AOM and FRAT members wake up to all this news and be surprised, like really, really surprised. But overall, I think it's a good job to, I think, Bastion, at least for us, since we fought them the most during the war. It's been a good fight all the way. They show up for, I think, a lot of their timers, and yeah, I think it's over.
Yeah, interestingly, Dunk Dinkle said that he wanted to focus Brave away from politics and more towards shooting stuff again. So it'll be really, really nice if Brave went back to like their roots, kind of, you know, rather than, you know, they kind of became sort of fat and, you know, a bit worthless kind of as an alliance, at least in my opinion. I'm not saying that to be rude to Brave either. I like Brave.
Yeah. What are their roots? Explain that a little bit.
Obviously, right, they started as a newbie corp in a low-sec system, and what they were all about, right, was what's your farm per hour. They didn't care about whelping, 200 Atrons to kill 10 people in battleships. That was just what they did. Then they moved to GETAC and Catch, and they were, again, like probably one of the most fun alliances to fight until they got evicted by PL, and then they kind of went around. I think they went back to low-sec, then to Fountain. Then they went to... I'm not sure if it was like Quirius first or if they went up. I think they went to Quirius with Horde, right? They were part of QFC, and then eventually they joined up with Horde in the north. Mm-hmm. They were living in Pure Blind when Horde were invade, and then they came back south after Test moved south when PL started killing them.
That's an encyclopedic memory you have there, Suetonia. But what I meant was, what were the traits of their early days like that they want to go back to?
Well, I assume more just fighting on the front lines kind of thing. That's the fun thing about Brave, right? Like, they really didn't do anything, like, from, like, in the Abundance Age, the Rorqual Age, right? They kind of took impasse when CO2 got betrayed by the judge during Judgment Day, and then they kind of just sat in impasse and farmed for 2 years. They had no offensive deployments ever in the entire time they were there. They only were like hangers-on to like test-led operations. Like there'd be 20 hacks that would show up to go into Gemini, or 20 people would show up to help test in against Darkness, but they never really did anything beyond like defense fleets. So, and there was like this was like a quote from Dunk Dinkle. I think he said it was out of context, but there was like this quote where a lot of people kind of attribute this to like the death of the old Brave, where Dunk Dinkle says something like, if you someone says something, I think it's Arif says to Dunk Dinkle, if there were 20 Sleipnirs in your space and you undocked 24 X's and you killed just 3 of them, you would win the Esquire. And then he said he wants to get them out of his space. He doesn't care about fighting the Sleipnirs or something like that.
Dunk's talked about that, though. The CSM minutes are missing a lot of context where there's a whole backstory to setting up that quote. So I wouldn't take that for what represents Brave now.
Yeah, like I said, I think it is out of context.
Yeah, I think basically when we first saw Brave appear, they were a low-sec group, sizable, but all they did was fight and die, and they loved doing it. And they even had symbols and I mean, they embrace the idea that we're just going to play this game and have the most fun per hour we can and stay classy while we do it, which was a natural alternative to test that had become, that was kind of the place that you started out if you were coming from Reddit, because it was naturally Reddit was the group from Reddit, etc. And so they turned into this big group, but they got into the politics. The Fountain War happened, and after the Fountain War was over and Test lost that war, you saw Brave appear, basically after Asakai. And so that was a natural reaction to, hey, let's have all this fun, but let's do it in a classy way. And I think that is the roots that Dunk wants to take them back into. And I think one of the things that the leader of Brave did for a long time was say, we don't want anything to do with nullsec politics. And I think that's the signal that he's sending. We'll go back to Brave not caring about nullsec politics. We just want to shoot things and have fun.
So are they leaving nullsec?
Don't know.
He didn't say
that.
He did say they were going to carve out a new swath of space, so I'm going to say probably not.
How are you going to not be in nullsec politics if you're a nullsec?
They tried it before. I mean, the whole Hero Coalition was political, but they tried to steer clear of joining any coalition blocks, basically.
Yeah, so everything's politics in nullsec, but not to the level of, like, you know, people being in a block with, 102,000 other people or whatever. Like, you can be friends with your neighbor, but you don't have to be buddies with the entire rest of the galaxy to have fun.
Easiest way is just a nip that says that you won't invade each other's space, but y'all can shoot each other all day.
It's Kenneth Feld from Pandemic Legion and TIS and CSM.
And I have no plane.
And an airport.
And an airport. We're stranded.
He's on cam. We see him running around the airport. and our respondent from the local airport.
My plane's supposed to be there. It's not there. That's not good.
Well, I got news for you. The war appears
the plane in Delve is leaving too.
It dissolved under you, yeah.
Oh, I know. I've known for quite a while.
Yeah.
Well, how long is quite a while?
It doesn't matter.
It kind of matters.
To some of us.
Why?
We've heard that there's maybe 2 or 3 days ago there were decisions being made and stuff. So we'll get to that. We'll have to figure out like what the sequence of events was deciding this wasn't going to happen, basically. I think the last few weeks have been very odd.
I do have a question for him. As like a big industrialist for the nullsec groups, how is this like extraction gonna work? Like, how's it affecting you guys?
Nothing. I don't know. I don't know what you're looking for. I don't have a single asset in Delve other than PvP ships. I never moved to Delve. I've never built anything in Delve. Nope, none.
But I'll ask you in another way. Were you expecting a big battle that's going to deplete a lot of the stocks for those capitals and super capitals, so the price of those capital ships can go to where the build cost is? Were you expecting that, or?
I think I'm not going to tell you what we have ready to go, but it would probably make you cry if you knew. I'll just put it like that. It's in the double-digit trillions that we have ready for SRP.
At the end of the day, everyone has kept their Super and Titan fleets pretty much intact, so they have that power behind them.
Yeah, I mean, we could do YZ9, MTAC2, and that kind of stuff probably 10 times over before we'd even think about, like, hey, we might want to build some.
Yeah, because I think just too much stock for it. Just one battle is not going to be over.
There you are, Kenneth. We can see you on camera, by the way.
Yeah, I turned my camera on.
Check you out.
I can't take off my mask because I'm in the airport.
And can you get a reaction from a random passerby of how they feel about the war?
The war's over. Yeah, do.
Just go to somebody at a counter and be like, "Hey, how do you feel that the biggest war EVE Online's ever seen is over?"
Yeah.
That guy in the red shirt, right there. That guy, get him.
He looks like an EVE player.
Jesus.
Nothing wrong with a big guy with a beard running at someone with the airport, right?
Pointing their phone at him. Come here, sir. I got a question for you.
So
Screaming war at an airport.
Matterall, you can tell me if this is not appropriate for this stream or not. But this whole thing is just dripping in drama. Like, I'm getting DMs. I'm getting so many leaks of crazy stuff that people are saying.
Redline, hold up.
The right stream for that?
It's EVE players and drama. Name a more iconic duo.
Yeah.
I mean, there's regular EVE drama and there's this EVE drama. This
I
drama
can tell
is
you that the number of
red.
people that actually know what's going on, you could probably count on with two hands. And if you're not hearing it from them, you're hearing a bunch of freaking tinfoil crayon eating bastards.
Which is usually much more funny and more entertaining.
I never said
right?
it wasn't fun or wasn't good. I just,
True.
It's overrated. I mean, what do you care, man? All you got to do is increase the price of tinfoil and Gia, and we're good, right? Make a profit out of it.
Well,
exactly.
If you want to go there, Redline, you can. We'll make an exception for you and today. But we will put a disclaimer that this is not TIS vouched information. But go ahead.
All right. So I'll give you the light version, and then we'll go deep into it on a different day. So, how does everybody who's a test associated person feel about being in the alliance that basically started unanchoring structures before letting everybody know that they were leaving? Kind of thing.
I mean, legacy.
So,
do you think AOM counts?
Did you guys see the ping from Vince that was basically saying "Hey, we're telling you now because Test started unanchoring all their structures before anybody could tell everybody else that we were leaving."
Right, but he had that ping ready, right? He had that ping ready.
Did he? There's a typo in it, so I don't think so.
He did. And Headliner did the same thing. That ping was written, and we talked about it for a couple days, and we all knew what we were going to say, and there was a time, and then it's that.
So you guys talked
that changed
about
a couple hours. That's it.
Okay, but so you guys talked
all
about
that tinfoil. You're arguing over a couple hours.
No, it's not tinfoil. It's me. So Vince and Headliner both talked. You guys all talked about having a ping that says, "Hey, Test declined to, or Test decided to unanchor the Citadels before we could tell everybody." That was planned?
No.
Well, that's what I mean. That's the drama, Ken. Is that basically at any point in time throughout this entire war, Test could have just been like, "All right, screw you guys, we're out of here." And basically all the stuff that every alliance that's not in Legacy, that's not in Test, all that stuff is in jeopardy right now in the T5ZI Keepstar because they literally just right-click unanchor, and all of that's it's tinfoil. I know. I don't eat crayons.
Okay. I'm telling you,
colored pencils
right now, unequivocally, you are so far in the deep end, the sharks won't even go out there.
All right,
you're gone. Flat
something.
Earth, and you're off
Redline.
the waterfall at the end.
I'm just saying,
that kind of denial makes me think he might be right.
It took me a while to even think about being that far out.
I mean, that's typically,
I literally had to think about it.
Typically, this much dismissal comes from someone who's got a little bit of vein of truth in what they're saying. So, I mean, I don't know, dude.
So
I'm just saying it's a risk.
Hey,
it's a risk right now.
Plane now, though.
Oh, nice.
Hey, nice.
We have a plane.
Let's hang out with Ken at the airport. Oh, there he goes.
My real concern is you guys push Kenneth to a position where he may say something silly at an airport, and you're just going to see this guy just get tackled.
He's gonna say dread bomb or spy or something, and then just get murdered.
Instantly tackled
in an airport.
And I'm a brown person. I am super edgy, and this guy's just comfortable doing this. I'm scared of him.
Yeah, I got my earbuds in, so no one can hear this. I'm not blasting it out over the phone.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, it's
There they are. They're coming to get him.
Yeah, it's what I meant by is they had the pings ready saying everything except for if you take out all the part about someone started unanchoring keep stars 3 hours early, the rest of the stuff was all written. It was just, hey, someone, well, this is 3 hours early, but here's the rest of it.
What if the attack today would have been successful? What if they would have come into 1DQ and kicked their ass? Were we still going to pull out? That's why I don't think that didn't sound
well, no,
right.
I know the answer, but I'm not going to tell you. I don't know if the reason will come out or not. So there we go.
I think the answer is no. I think either way the war was going to be over because it just had to be. It had to be. Like so earlier today, I tried to jump into 1DQ, and I was trying to jump in for 15 minutes, and I couldn't. Like the servers just couldn't handle.
Yeah, that alone would have stopped any progress. But I was happy sitting on their front porch and locking them into a constellation and basically just waltzing in there, keep messing with them anytime we wanted.
Yeah, well, it was a good status quo, but I don't see
but
my.
it wore
I guess
on
my big
people as well.
Yeah, sure, but so there's jump clones, right? So what would the? I feel like we could have continued. Well, not we, because I'm not in PAPI anymore. But I feel like PAPI could have continued that status quo for at least a while longer. Just like if there's any breaches, containment breaches, just activate the protocols. Jump clone back to Delve, defend whatever.
Have you played?
To be a pain.
Have you played the game Containment Breach? It always ends in disaster.
Yeah.
All the official people die, and you have to play as like some random test experiment, like not test the alliance, like a random subject, like trying to save everything.
It's
a fun game.
But that's no fun for line members. It's just go back here. Oh, my jump clone's on cooldown. It's just no. It would last for about a week, and then it's like, we're tired of this crap already. Let's just go.
Do you have any insight into the post plan? One thing's been very hard to know is what happens after this war, win or lose.
I know PL's post plan.
Run.
Test is next.
Test are going to the drone regions, right? So
makes it easier for PL to kill him.
Yeah. I know PL's plan. That's it. I don't know what Test or Brave or whatever. I don't know what. I assume NC is going to come back to drones, but I don't know that either.
Can I have a question for you?
Go ahead, question.
You have lots of Titans, right? In that T5Z. Is it going to be safe to get them out? I haven't really dealt with stuff at that level.
Yeah. I'm not terribly worried. I'm not going to tell you much more than that, but sure. It's all good.
You just go keep star to keep star, is that it? And you're no chance of being killed?
They all have pilots, so I don't have to jump clone back and pick some up or anything. So. It's all good.
Doesn't appear to be worried about it.
Hell, if I really get that, I just freaking asset safety them and go pick them up later.
So for people curious, I just put the map for the Keepstar chain in the public voice text. That's how it looks. It's public, so I don't think it matters if anyone shows that.
Yeah, but I mean, you jump twice and then you jump every half an hour. So, it's a nothing burger as long as you have keep stars. Just bing, 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 bing. I didn't know that was public, so I wasn't going to say anything. But if you put it in a public chat, then there you go.
I mean, whether it's public or not, right? Anyone that owns a capital for long enough will understand how jump mechanics work, right?
Right, but capital is no big deal. Capital is NPC stations. They're not even worth mentioning.
Sorry, I'm
supers.
I'm in supers and titans and all above, right?
I was just thinking to myself, the space comes and goes, but the supers and titans, that's a little bit harder to replace at this stage. And this is Goon's chance to do some damage if it's even possible.
I think that the real prize are the friends that you make on the way.
Stop that. I didn't even have to look at the name who said that, and I know exactly who it was. You stop that right now with your memes.
That sounds like, Vertiso is here from Snuff.
We knew who it was already. We already knew. But, I do have an interesting speculation. So what happens on the opposite side of this war? Let's tinfoil for a minute. Come down tinfoil lane with your buddy Redline 13. What happens if goons do the exact same thing that PAPI did to them over the course of the next months and force everybody into one constellation in the drone lands? Why not?
Do goons want to do that, though?
Well, and not everyone lives in drones.
Well, not yet.
Well, there's a crucial time period coming up as well, right? With at the end of Q4, that's when scarcity is going to end, as CCP said in the last blog. So most alliances, especially goons, right? They probably want to get all of their infrastructure back up operating in Delve, Period Basis, and Fountain again, so that they're ready as soon as scarcity ends. They're ready to just start going hard again and making money.
And we're going to see how deep is the goons stockpile in terms of structures, so they can
structures are
replace all those structures.
Keep stars are 110 bill right now. That's nothing to replace.
So, so when World War II started, though, not everybody lived in Delve, but everybody lives in there now. So I mean, it is something that could happen to where everybody could be forced into the same region.
No, because Spratt lives in Vale of the Silent, and to get from Vale of the Silent to drones is all gates. You can't jump any capitals there. You have to go all the way down to Kenora and that kind of stuff, and jump into whatever the NPC region is, and then back up the other side. And to come through a gate from Venal or from Geminate to drones is suicide. There'd be more bubbles than they can count sitting there waiting for them.
Then everybody but Frat, then, all together.
Okay, is Brave going to live in drones? What about Test?
Well, I think Brave is going to go do their own Brave thing. At least that's what it sounded like.
Okay, so you can't lump them into one region all of a sudden.
If you listen to the Brave thing that I think everyone probably just did listen to, everything that was said kind of translated as, please take mercy on us and leave us alone, goons.
Yes.
They're going to be running a long way away, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, all I'm saying is you're assuming that they could lump everyone down to one constellation, but not everyone lives in the same place. PAPI is basically the whole other side of the map. Now, whether Test stays wherever or moves or what, I don't know. Ask Village or Pergot. I don't know. I know PL's plan. That's it. The rest of them, they can freaking sit in YZ9 and play with themselves for all I care.
Does he know his mic's not muted?
I don't think he does.
He always does that. It's normal.
But anyways, so I think the beautiful thing about speculation is that we never know. We never know. But I do think that what's going to happen in the next few months will probably be pretty interesting. And if it's not, then what's the point of anything, right?
Well, everything's going to get turned on its head with scarcity ending and all that stuff, too. So you have that all thrown in the mix with everything else that's going on geopolitical-wise.
Yeah, and I mean, it's going to be interesting to watch the meta show this weekend to see the winning words from the Imperium.
I mean, whether you love him or you hate him, I'm pretty sure everyone can enjoy it. Mitani on a victory speech, that's got to be a sight. Regardless of how you feel about it.
Like it or not.
Okay, I gotta get going. I think they're gonna start boarding again.
Take care, Kenneth.
Have a safe flight. Don't let your arms get tired.
Thanks, Kenneth.
Yeah.
All right. It's Kenneth Feld from the airport.
Recording live.
I love the
The
way he
weather
just
is okay.
I love the way he just bulldozes through things. He doesn't have to have lights on or anything. It's like he's just incredibly reliable. All right. Well, I think that what we still have. Go ahead, Shen.
Someone asked in the chat, are everyone moving? We don't know. Our leader is sleeping right now, as far as I know. So we'll probably know it in the next 24 hours.
You probably oughta. You probably ought to move. I'm gonna say that's probably gonna be a good idea for you guys.
When
I mean, we
are
have two
AOM,
options. I'll say we have two options, but yeah.
when are AOM going to come and join us in the only war that matters, the war against fraternity?
I will 100% agree with that point.
I thought you guys were buddies like last week. What the hell happened up there?
With fraternity? No.
No, not AOM.
I don't know what part of this.
Snuff.
Oh.
I thought Snuff and fraternity were buddies like last week. Like, what happened there?
Tal's an emotional young man, okay? He gets
fair.
upset
Say no more.
easily.
I get it. I understand now.
Nora said something, about not liking the shoes he was wearing, and Tao took it very personally. Plus, Goons paid us, so it was.
Is that fact, Vertiso?
Well, it was Vertiso who said it, so of course it's fact.
I thought it was public knowledge.
Money paid.
I mean, why do we do anything? Kill males and money.
Well, why'd you sack the Keepstar of the Pope?
I mean,
Kill
okay,
males? That was
honestly, okay. So imagine, just those like horde survival games where you just have to fight loads of things one after the other. That's what it's like when you're sat with like 100 carriers on a Keepstar grid with 300 T1 cruisers ramming into you. It's quite fun.
To be fair, that was a pretty fun fight from the perspective of the people trying to kill them. Like, I was a bit miffed that it died, but honestly, that was a really, really fun fight around those carriers.
It was just fun, honestly. Like, that's the only reason.
As the person gunning that thing, it was not.
Yeah, gunning citadels being attacked by hundreds of things is not fun for your computer. I agree. It's it feels like tie-dye even if there's no tie-dye.
Hello, Vertiso.
Well, it's good to have you here, Vertiso. I listened to you a few times and really enjoyed listening to your humor. And then I found out you were banned from TIS, and I was like, that's a mistake. That has to be fixed.
I think banning me from any Discord is never a mistake. But I think I got caught up in a wave of anti-snuff propaganda. That's what it was.
I think it was yes. Are you sound a lot like Tao? You sound like a lot like I want to.
We grew up about 5 or 10 miles from each other.
I was going to ask.
That's yeah, everyone says that. Except people listen to High in my alliance. No one listens to me.
Same.
Yeah, it's for good cause. I have terrible ideas.
Well, as long as you're here, what's Snuff going to be doing?
What we've been doing, I would imagine.
Kicking Frat?
I mean, you can't kick Frat. Today, Frat had 2 fleets in Dove. We tackled 2 Rockals in Vale, and they formed another 150 Munins in Vale. I don't think anyone can kill Frat. But we have fun with them. We have a good time. But they've taken it very personally. I'm not sure why. But yeah.
Well, I didn't know that, but Naros had been in Snuff at one point. Do you remember him at all?
Yeah, I love Norris, man. He's blocked me on Discord for killing and AWOXing his Titans, but I love Norris. If he hears this, I wish he would unblock me so we can be friends again.
Is that where you spam pinged him and he told you to fuck off?
Yes. But I spam ping him on every day on every Discord I can until he unblocks me. because I do love him.
To be
It's
fair,
not-
though, isn't that a recurring theme for you, though? I mean,
Yeah, I mean, look,
they should know better.
they should know better. But
Oh, HippoJax.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. Let me bring you into this. Sorry, Vertiso. HippoJax, you're somebody who was a big part of this war, at least visibly. You were in a lot of key moments. You were flying Titans and dying in them, and flying them again. And so now
Frequently than I wanted to.
Yeah, you came to the end of this. It looks like the end of the war. How do you feel?
I was ready to lose one more. I had to, I had the Avatar, the Erebus, the Ragnarok checked off. I was hoping for the Leviathan.
Please.
When was the Moloch coming? Are we gonna have to extend this war a bit so that one dies?
Hope not. No, I mean it's it's a good time. It's bittersweet. I'd like to see some more fights. I wanted to, be a part of a couple more big fights and big battles, but we'll see what happens in the next, week or so. And you never really know if it's over until they stop, forming fleets.
So what does it look for any of you guys? What does the post-war look like?
Content outside.
I have an answer for you here. Post-war looks like a freshly mowed yawn. Jesus. Post-war looks like a freshly mowed lawn. There's just all the grass is strewn everywhere. It's been cut down. But at the end of the day, the yard looks good. We hope.
Like, objectively speaking, right, just from the point of view of everyone in the game, the end of this war at this point is just for everyone's benefit. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, I don't think I know anyone like outside of the blocks that actually enjoyed the war continuing. Really,
I think a lot of people in the
one
blocks didn't enjoy it either.
Yeah, who benefited really at the end of the day? We got to at the year mark. Like, who was benefiting?
the industry people that made all their money off those doctrine ships, which sell for a big profit. I should know.
I mean, sure, but like that's probably less than 100 people. There's a lot of people kind of regretting their choice to subscribe, probably. On both sides, and there's I can't imagine it was fun at the end for anyone.
I can't tell or ask the PL Kenneth this question, but I'll ask it for you guys. Do you think the people that were resubscribing to get back into this finale, this month-long campaign they were going to do you think the numbers just weren't there?
I think that honestly, the whoever had 1,000 Feroxes didn't feel like moving them back to Drone Land. I mean, that sounds super skeptical, but I mean, realistically, even if it was going to end in either how it ended or with a server crash, right? That was the only way that was going to end.
Yeah, I was afraid of the server crash, but this is kind of anticlimactic too.
It was either this or just say after like a week of build up that nothing's happening, everyone's going home. That's something like maybe people felt under pressure to do something, which is understandable. A year-long campaign builds a lot of pressure. Like,
yeah,
a lot of like investment from like the members that have put the time in to do all the work that the FCs tell them to do.
Do you think that you're a strategic guy, and there's other guys in here as well? Do you think the containment, we'll call it, because Redline coined the phrase, right? The containment strategy there of having Imperium in one constellation could have lasted? Was that something that they could have kept up? Anyone?
Well,
I absolutely do.
Could have, yeah.
I think that it could have been contained simply with just it was literally just a matter of keeping everybody at the gates, like, because the Sino-jammers and everything, that's what made 1DQ and that constellation more impenetrable, right? Because you had to jump through a gate, you had to jump into a literal wood chipper to do anything. But if you just sino in a bunch of ships, it's a little bit easier. Is it dangerous? Sure, but is it actually doable? Possibly. I mean, maybe I'm just stupid. I'm not a strategist after all. I'm just a talk show host. Am I stupid?
Anyone else?
I think there's a lot of different variables. I mean, I think yes, you maybe could have contained, but at the same time, like you can contain, but at the same time, you have to motivate your own people to want to contain. So I think that's where the problem happened.
If you look at this, instead of looking at this as a war, look at it basically just as a video game. And I think at this point, both sides would rather just go back to whatever the status quo was before than deal with the current situation where you can take pot shots at each other, kill each other's crabbing supers and stuff, but no one wants to sit in like a stalemate for 6 months. Like maybe for the first 2 months, but come on, at this point, I'm pretty sure, like, I'm not even involved in it and I'm bored. Do you know what I mean?
There can only be so many like AWP campers in D-Dust.
Yeah, but what else? What's after this war? To me, it seemed like this war was everything, that these people have been at odds with each other for a long time. And this just seemed like the moment where everything really kind of came together. This was the best opportunity to face down the Imperium from the PAPI side of things. And this was the final stand for the Imperium against their old enemies, whether they were new, like Tess betraying them, or old enemies. This was all of them.
Yo, Tessa's next, dude. It's been said for like a year.
So I think that what's next after this war, and this is going to be the last thing before I go and leave you all to your fun. I think what's next is everything else, right? Like, think about what all of these pilots that have been involved in this war have given up over the course of the last 13, 14 months just to set in, a group of systems and just bash their head against walls over and over and over, and only to have it all end in a quiet whisper. Like, that's sad. But I think that there's going to be a lot of people. There's going to be a lot of shakeup with coalitions. I said that from the beginning, that once everything was over, that we were going to see a lot of people like shifting their allegiances. We've already kind of seen that with Brave announcing that they're maybe going to go their own way. They could be leaving Legacy to forge their own path through space. I don't think NC is in a good spot to do anything on their own right now. I think everybody's just going to need to regroup and hope they don't get smashed by the boot of the Imperium within the next 6 months.
So do you think Legacy is going to disband after this?
Who is?
If Legacy isn't, Test probably is. Because there are a lot of angry people in a lot of Discords that are basically just like, I can't believe that we've been fed this bullshit for the last 13 months. And they are tired of it, basically. And it's
who's
crazy
to blame in that situation? The person that spouted bullshit for quote-unquote bullshit for 13 months, or the person that put up with it? Like, if you're not happy for 13 months somewhere and you stay there, like, joke's on you. Like, why would you not just leave? I don't like. Do you know what I mean?
Loyalty, right? You don't leave because of loyalty. You think that you feel like your alliance is going to put your best interest in mind, and maybe it was hope. Maybe it was just something like, maybe we can really do this. By all rights, the war should have been won for PAPI. Like, there was a lot of chances to do it. There were a lot of plans to do it that could have been done, but it was just poorly executed in some parts, and that's
loyalty's like a lovely concept, but we're talking about, like, at the end of the day, it's a game. If you're not having fun, do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah. So if you're not having fun, go ahead and leave all your friends, make new friends someplace else. Yeah, no, I get that.
If you can only have friends in the alliance you're in, then you're definitely like feeding into the tribalism. I'm like,
good point.
I'm in an alliance and I have friends all over this game, and I will always have friends all over this game. The moment like people start touting their own alliance or start spilling some Kool-Aid bullshit to me is when they stop being my friend. You have to see the trees through the forest.
I hate you really have that many friends?
Yes.
My Kool-Aid's good.
You can really have that many friends.
Yes. If I filter Eve on my phone, I have all my friends I've made in Eve to the point where I trust them enough to give them my real life phone number. So yeah, so Domanark here has it, Matterall here has it, Redline I probably would give it to. They're all from different groups in the game.
I don't have your phone number.
Your friends on Facebook, you have my phone number.
I'm not on Facebook, am I?
Yeah, because my mom added you that one time, and it was weird.
That's right.
Wow. Wow. Just turned real weird.
Tell your mom I said hi.
Oh, toxic.
But yeah, like that's one of the things like with this game. Like if you have to be in a certain group in order to have friends or do certain things, like that's on you, like limiting yourself.
Well, somebody else in the audience said that my mom added Matterall too. How many of you guys' moms have added Matterall to
Matterall, why are you accepting people's moms on Facebook?
Why'd you keep ghosting my mom, Matterall?
Why do you think I look tired all the time? Rain?
Are you that busy, Matterall? Wow, man. Damn.
Wow.
All right, moving on.
I agree with Rain though.
So let's think about it.
You can't just
we
beat
started
over
with a big
it.
battle and we end up here.
There's no doubt that this is, for me, as a storyteller or as a story watcher, this is it's a nice victory for the Imperium. They survived. I like that aspect of it. I feel like this really fizzled and fell apart. It tells me something about the strength of the of nullsec right now. It just feels a little bit weak. I think maybe the future snuff, as long as they've been kind of doing their thing. Where'd Vertiso go? What do you think?
I don't know. That would about what?
Are you the future? Is your style of gameplay the?
I think our style of gameplay is the past, man. If the dread prices don't change.
That's true.
I do have a question though. I mean, how many times has this ending concept existed in EVE, and will it ever change to a different type of ending where either a game mechanic alters or applies some unique win condition for a person versus person in some other case?
I'm pretty sure this is the first time a war has ended just because somebody physically couldn't get into a system in this kind of Stonewall manner.
To be honest, I feel like a lot of Imperium members, they want another M2. At the same time, a lot of PAPI members want that as well. They want a big battle that's going to either conclude the war, either it's going to win or lose. So a lot of people on the PAPI side also want that big battle to happen to see the real cool headline that EVE's going to make again. But I think a lot of people will be disappointed in this way of ending the war.
So if server limitations are always going to be a thing, what would that look like then? Would that be bigger wars across multiple constellations at the same time?
Oh, I mean,
they would need to force the staging fights to be broken down in some way where, like, say for the Sino-jammers, right? Say you could jam a system, but you could only jam a system if you controlled all the systems adjacent to it, right? So in the case of 1DQ, since they did not have control of T5Z, the system would not be jammable.
I mean, that's a cool concept, but
that way you would have a kind of slow march through space, right? Because iHub control would be by constellation, and the jammer control would just be by system. And so the beachhead system people could sino into, but you could have defensive advantages in the rest of that constellation so long as you held that beachhead system.
Do we think CCP has a long list of game design things that this war has uncovered that they feel like they need to change?
We can only hope.
I mean, instead of trying to come up with game changes that would allow 10,000 people to fight over something, a lot simpler thing would be for people to stop congregating into groups of the many thousands and spread out a little bit, maybe.
Well, isn't that human habit, though? Human behavior standard?
In order for that to happen, CCP needs to nerf distance. Until they do that, that's not going to stop groups building up into these massive units. Because
the anti-black skates are so overpowered right now that
there needs to be some actual negative for owning 5 regions, and instead of staging at one edge of those 5 regions, staging in the dead center of them, right? The way goons are set up, this has been, their staging in 1DQ was their staging back when they owned all the space around it. They never moved. That was where people started from at any given point. And they just solved that distance gap with Antiplex jump gates. When suddenly you need to walk 45 minutes just to get to a fight, that encourages people to move to groups where the action is more instant.
Well, instead of Antiplex, what's going to happen is going to be Titan Bridge everywhere. It's
You
going to be the
can't
same.
Titan Bridge four
Like-
times in a row to go somewhere in the same way that you can Antiplex 4 times in a row to go somewhere.
Yeah, well, then the same as adding a fatigue timer when you do an Antiplex. It's about
Yes,
the same.
that's what I've been advocating for
the
basically
fatigue-
ever since they removed it.
They added the so they added the jump gates and they gave them every mechanic of a gate, right? So you can take it whether you're
Not
pointed,
really,
whether
though.
it's bubbled. Well, yeah. Well,
You can take them while hit pointed in a cap.
okay. Well, that's kind of crappy. But the thing I would say is, if they're going to behave like gates, they shouldn't have an ACL. If you want to have extra gates in your space, they should be like free ported by default, and like they should just be open.
One thing that I think would be cool is if they made you have like a password for them, because then that way like the big blocks and the big groups, their Antiplex networks will just always be compromised because everyone will have their passwords. Because when you have 20,000 people in your alliance, there's always the password's always going to get leaked. Whereas like the smaller groups, the passwords won't get leaked.
Interesting.
Although I don't like the idea of fatigue. Well, I think you shouldn't be able to take an Antiplex while tackled. That's how the old jump bridges work, and it's kind of like dumb stuff you can do with caps because you can still take gates while hit pointed. So you can anchor like an Antiplex like on a fort grid, then just park a bunch of carriers on the Antiplex and send fighters over. And as long as you can survive the 60 seconds diaggro, then you can just like abandon fighters and jump out through the Antiplex.
That's the same thing as abandon fighter and then dock up, right? Same thing as a keep star fight where all those super carriers send all their fighters up to the 1,000 kilometers of the battlefield on the grid. And if anything, then that super carrier can just dock up and re-undock. That's it.
Well, you can't dock if you're pointed in a super or a Titan, right?
Yeah,
or if you're in a bubble.
Yeah. A bubble, I think you can. Just
maybe you can with a bubble, but you can take an Antiplex no matter what, even if you're hit pointed, you can still take it.
Yeah. And that's the thing about Antiplex. But to be honest, a capital ship going through an Antiplex is like all the logistic people is going to yell at that person. How much ozone is going to cost?
Well, I mean, it's not really like the ozone is cheap though, right? Like, I mean, it's a pain in the ass to fuel the Antiplex. Yeah. It's just like a logistics guy problem though. It's not really a cost problem, and it effectively gives your dreads like 12 light year jump instead of 7. Because you do this all the time in Volta. We just like undock from our full, align to the Antiplex, take the Antiplex, then go through the Antiplex, and we just jump to Sino, and we can move like 12 light years basically.
That's actually a smart way to do it. We haven't done that yet, to be honest. I haven't seen that kind of play. But yeah, that's a possibility.
Yeah, someone saying Suetonia for CSM president.
Suetonia is one of the few people that goes on the CSM that actually understands or probably even plays the game. So yeah, he should probably be in charge to some degree.
That statement cringes me a bit, though. You saying it that way.
You guys are missing some of these high quality questions in this Brave Town Hall.
Ask him.
One person asked if there was going to be if they could negotiate like mercy for getting their stuff out of Delve. Dunk Dinkle replied, "No, probably not. Short of joining the Imperium, I don't think there will be any mercy." And then another person replied by saying, "Do you think we could pretend to join the Imperium?" And the funny thing is that they're streaming the Brave Town Hall, the questions and answers on the IN Twitch stream.
Well, those are probably Imperium guys in there saying that kind of stuff.
Oh, did you listen to the test one? The test one, they don't have everyone muted, so people were just like outraged and shouting and screaming.
Interesting.
It was pretty.
No, I didn't hear that one.
Yeah, it was pretty.
Those are crisis actors. Thank you.
I mean, I'm pretty sure some of them were goons. Because, like, throughout all the argument, you could just hear one guy in the background in some stupid voice saying, "Let's kill more goons." But yeah, I think a lot of the people there were definitely paid actors, but it was still entertaining.
I mean, it's insane to me that this morning I was like, this is finally the push in, and now this evening it's the end of this whole 13-month adventure of
Same.
Well, this
the drama is the timing, right? Like like Kenneth said, he wasn't going to say exactly when he knew, but I think if they were going to evac before, like they said they were going to do the final push, then there's going to be a lot of like pissed off line members because a lot of people resub for this.
You have to resub to move your stuff anyway. That's why I don't get why people are freaking out about moving back. Like, just take some keep stars, homie. It's so easy.
Yeah, this is not like any other war. You have a railroad, basically.
Yeah. I will personally lead evac fleets.
Going home. It just takes time. And even then, like, it's not like you have to do it all in one go. You do half of it and then go to sleep.
Go ahead.
The next day. Do the
Thanks,
other
Marie. Thanks, Marie. Go ahead, Vertiso. What?
If people are retreating and the keep star chain home is uncored, unfitted keep stars, though, I mean, how long is that going to last if goons are going to lash out? Because goons aren't going to sit on their hands, are they? Right? They're going to be pretty proactive now.
Aren't they all? I thought they were all cored and fitted.
No, they're not.
Some of them aren't around. Like I don't like. There's one in Impasse and like 2 in Catch that aren't cords. But I don't know about the rest of them.
I'm not going that way, so I don't care.
There's some LOSIC. Quite a lot of the LOSIC ones aren't cored or fitted.
We may get our large capital Titan battle if they try to take out one of those keep stars.
That's a good point. Maybe. We heard earlier. I think we dealt with this earlier that it's easy to move. People will be moving soon. I've heard. I asked the question to an Imperium person, kind of high up, saying what would happen if they won the war? Would there be immediate retribution? And the answer was, I think we might rest a little bit first.
Yeah, like I said, right? Like Shakespeare said that scarcity's going to end in Q4. Like we're not that far away, right? We're like maybe like 3 months away from Q4 now. I think they said end, so probably expecting like maybe 5 months before like scarcity finally ends. But imagine what goons will probably want to do is they want to like clear out all of Fountain, clear out Delve, clear out Period Basis, and their side of Quirius most likely, and then get all of their infrastructure back up. Get the Athanors firing back up again, that kind of stuff. Like I don't think they're gonna chase Test and the rest of the guys like beyond like Quirius, let's say, or Catch.
Do you think so?
So do you think we're safe in Esoteria?
Mm-hmm.
In that sense?
Wait,
I mean, maybe they'll go into Esoteria. I don't know.
Well,
it's pretty close.
Esoteria is AOS.
Yeah, it is very close. So.
What's better for their long-term? What's better for their long-term success? Revenge now, or building up a bunch of infrastructure?
I think building the infrastructure back up makes more sense.
Do they not have enough resources?
They do need to pay back the war bonds.
I mean, the goons are still in like a really strong position, right? Like on the political kind of map, like Fraternity is probably the strongest right now. PanFam probably a little stronger than goons because they kept their space. They have probably about the same super and Titan numbers as goons do right now. But like Legacy are basically Legacy and Fire are really behind goons, right?
Well, Fraternity's biggest strength, obviously, their time zone is their biggest weakness. Like outside of that, against someone their own size, there's not much they can do. But then no one can do anything.
So maybe they need some help. I don't know.
Fraternity needing help?
No, goons needs another group to protect their time zone.
Well, they have like the ex Guardians of the Galaxy groups, right? Like Dracaris.
PLA? Dracarian Ranger Regiment?
Yeah, those guys. I mean, they're not strong enough to, they're not big enough to stand up to Frat by themselves, but...
I mean, Frat has a big thing to worry about, which is snuff. So I don't think Frat's gonna worry about like goons in the near future. And
yeah, I mean, Fraternity is like kind of on the opposite side anyway, right? Like goons can't really go after Fraternity because like if they go north, it's kind of awkward because there's a bunch of neutral alliances there. Like I don't think goons really care about Volta and like RHP and those guys because they weren't really part of the war. So I don't think goons really want to smash them. But I mean, could be mistaken. So like the way goons would naturally go around, right, is they'll go through the south and then go up towards the like hash drone regions that way if they were like going on like a war crusade.
We've hit the 4-hour mark, and time to do some other stuff, but I'm willing to like keep this rolling if we have somebody that can just moderate in here, or we can.
Yeah, I can take over moderation if you want.
Well, somebody from TIS. Who was that? Was that Tiberius?
Yeah.
Who was that?
Was definitely not Tiberius.
It's not Tiberius. No, it needs to be someone from Talking in Stations. Sorry.
You got trolled.
We'll keep it going.
Matt, do you want me to engineer it? Do you want to drop it and then let it going, or do you got stuff you want to do?
No, we should probably change the title because the title is still like attack on 1DQ.
Yeah. Oh God.
But we should probably change that to be more accurate now because this looks like the end of the war. I think we've heard officially from multiple groups now. NC. was the first one that was official, and we heard from Recon. Then we heard from Horde. And then we've heard Braves talk, and there was a test talk as well. So both those. Yeah, I mean, that's the coalition, essentially.
Well, it might be just conducive to call it a day then, because if you've been doing it for 4 hours, I've been gone for 4 hours. I know that Imperium's about to make their statement at 00. So yeah, I mean, we don't really have anything else to chew on for unless we just keep on regurgitating everything you've already said for the day.
Right. Okay. Without objections, then, we'll go ahead and wrap up for the day. Thank you very much. I'm going to get on with some stuff that I've been postponing for all morning for this. Thank you guys very much for showing up here at Talking Stations. And thank you guys for watching, all 600 of you. I'll try to find a place for you. Who should we raid, if anyone?
Expert Big Toe.
Yeah.
Contempo Enterprises is a good streamer. I really like him.
All right, guys. We'll send you there. And we'll start that right now.
Make sure when you get to the raid, you give him lots of love. Eve streamers are rare, especially streamers that actually play the game. So make sure.
What do you mean they're rare? There's like 30 of them here.
I mean, Eve streamers that actually play the game. What do you mean?
Wow. There's 7 of them mining rocks here.
How much of your foot did you want stuck in your mouth?
All right.
None of it.
Be nice.
Actually 0 in my mouth.
Be nice. Treat that.
I said what I
All
said.
right. We're going. Be nice to the guy you're raiding. We'll see you guys next time on Talking in Stations. Take care.